In just a minute.
Success. I see the sign.
And I will mute it on my end so we don't have any feedback. And I think we should be good from there. Karen, do you want to welcome everyone first? Well, I'll first welcome everyone. Good morning, all. Thank you for making time for these reviews and this commitment. It is really critical to the work that we do at the Wisconsin Arts Board, and your feedback will be really important to all of our applicants this year. So many thanks. Karen is our assistant director, and I think she's going to introduce herself. And yeah, go on ahead, Karen.
You're on top of everything. Hi, everybody. I am Karen Geschko, the assistant director at the Arts Board, and we always like to just say once again, thank you. We do know how much time and effort and expertise you put into this process, and far from taking it for granted. We are deeply grateful, not only on our behalf, but on the behalf of everyone who applies to this program and this process, because your input is critical in not only the specific application and feedback and learning, but just in moving the field forward here in Wisconsin. So a mighty responsibility. Thank you for accepting it. And the person who is on our board and who is chairing this panel, you are fortunate to have Brian Kelsey. And so Brian, I'm passing the baton to you because your square is on the right of mine on my screen.
And I'm just going to give you a heads up in advance. I'm in rural northeast Wisconsin, and I use Starlink as my satellite. So if I disappear or freeze, just expect it, because as the satellites pass over, I will be back if I disappear. It is a pleasure to serve on the Folk Arts panel. This is my third or fourth time serving as the moderator of this panel, and it is, I don't know, I find it to be the best panel to serve on, because to see all of the work that's being done in our state through apprenticeship programs and the folk arts, and just to see the diversity within the state of Wisconsin always makes me so happy. So thank you guys very much for all the time you spend on it. As Karen said, my name is Brian Kelsey. I'm the managing director of Peninsula Players Theater. We're America's oldest professional resident summer theater, going into our 86th season. God willing, if theaters can get up off the ground in 2021. So I want to also go around just so you guys each have an opportunity to unmute and introduce yourself before we get into the bureaucratic side of the introduction part of this meeting, as we go through the history of the Wisconsin Arts Board and do some more of the more administrative portions, and then we'll get into the actual discussions of each of the grant applicants. So I'm going to call your name based on how I see you on my screen. And Josh, I'm starting with you.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm Josh Chrysler. I am in Wyoming. I work for the Wyoming Arts Council, running the folk and traditional arts program. So it's a very similar position to what Caitlin does for Wisconsin. And I've served on this panel a couple times now, and yeah, and have enjoyed learning more about Wisconsin. So.
Thank you very much, Josh. Okay, Sergio.
Morning, everyone. My name is Sergio Gonzalez. I'm an assistant professor of Latinx Studies at Marquette University in Milwaukee. This is my first time serving on this review board, and it's been a real pleasure to read all the different applications. I'm a historian of Latinx Wisconsin, and so I've really enjoyed seeing all the different ways in which some of my research kind of intersects with some of the applications we're going to be talking about today.
Thank you very much. And I'm a 1989 Marquette graduate. Journalism. Okay, Kripa, you're up next.
Good morning, I'm Kripa Bhaskaran. I'm a Bharatanatyam practitioner based in Brookfield, Wisconsin. And I've been an apprentice with the Wisconsin Arts Board for several years now, and this is my first time serving as a panel member, and I thoroughly enjoyed the process of scrutinizing all the applications and learning about all the varieties of folk arts, and it's very interesting. Thank you, thanks. I'm happy to be on board.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kripa. And Sally.
Hi, my name's Sally Anna. I'm a folklorist in Madison. This is my cat, Tula. She'll be probably on my lap for most of the session. She loves the Zoom world because I, sit here and I'm a captive audience. But yes, I have a PhD in folklore from UW-Madison. I graduated in 2019, and I been working since then as the program manager at Folklore Village, which is a traditional arts nonprofit in Dodgeville. Yeah, I was on the panel last year, and excited to be here again, and enjoyed reading through everything. So looking forward to talking.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you guys all for your time. I know, last year when we did this on Zoom, well, we did it on Microsoft Teams, I believe. It was a big switch for how we would usually do this in the room. And the panelists adapted really well. And I'm going to thank you guys in advance. I know your eyes are probably glazed from the amount of time you spend in front of a monitor as I do. So thank you in advance for the time you're putting into this today. Know that the work you've done and continue to do are impacting the folk arts in Wisconsin in such a positive way, in such a critical way, so that we can get these critical funds out to individuals and organizations who need the funds to keep practicing and perfecting what it is that they do and passing it on to the next generation. So. All right, Caitlin, I'll pass it back to you. We're going to go over the administrative portion, and then I'll get into my role of timekeeper. So,
great. Yes, and we, I believe I received a conflict of interest form from Kripa. You were the only one. Did you have any conflicts that you identified as you reviewed the application? Okay. Nope, great. Then no conflicts of interest today, which is great. And we will just move ahead with, Brian and I will take turns with a pretty scripted orientation. We'd like to make sure that all panelists receive the same orientation. So a lot of this will be, what you heard in the multiple orientations we've already provided, but just bear with us. And then we'll take some time to answer any questions before we get started with the actual reviews. And, as we'll recap in the scripted piece, we'll have 10 minutes of discussion per application. And then it looks like everyone has submitted those initial reviews. So after those 10 minutes are up, or after the discussion winds down, we will give you a few minutes to enter your numerical scores. Once those are in, Dale, who didn't get a chance to introduce himself, but he's sort of working behind the scenes here. Dale, do you want to say hi real quick?
Hi.
True to Dale. Dale's work is critical because he comes up with the numbers pretty quickly here.
Yes.
We're very thankful for Dale.
So Dale will average and get us the average and rank scores, and then we'll have a discussion about those. And I think that's, Brian, do we want to jump right into the—
Let's do it. Let's do this.
Wisconsin Arts Board in brief.
And just so if you haven't been through this before, Kripa and Sergio, this is very scripted, but it'll give you good information. The Wisconsin Arts Board, established in 1973, is the state agency which nurtures creativity, cultivates expression, promotes the arts, supports the arts and education, stimulates community and economic development, and serves as a resource for people of every culture and heritage. Our vision is inspired by a quote from the late Robert E. Gard, Professor Emeritus of Community Theater at the University of Wisconsin. I quote, "If we are seeking in America, let it be for the reality of democracy and the arts. Let art begin at home and let it spread through the children and the parents, and through the schools and the institutions, and through government. And let us start by acceptance, not negation. Acceptance that the arts are important everywhere and that they can flourish, and flourish in small places as well as large, with money or without it, according to the will of the people. Let us put firmly and permanently aside the cliche that the arts are a frill. Let us accept the goodness of art where we are now and expand its worth in the places where people live. We embrace this vision. It guides our belief that the arts are basic to human life and essential to the human spirit. The values of the Wisconsin Arts Board are imagination, creativity, curiosity, freedom of expression, respect and appreciation for all cultures and people, artistic quality and broad definition of the arts, audience and patron development, community engagement. A major portion of the agency's biennial appropriation from the Wisconsin State Legislature is dispersed to eligible artists and nonprofit organizations in the form of matching grants. Additional funds for grants are also allocated to the Wisconsin Arts Board by the National Endowment for the Arts, which we all know is a federal agency. The board itself consists of 15 voting members who are appointed by the governor of Wisconsin. These members serve without compensation for a minimum of 1 3-year term. Members of the board are responsible for establishing the agency's policies and programs and for approving all grant awards. The board meets a minimum of 4 times per year. All meetings are open to the public. The board employs an executive director. As the chief administrative officer, the director supervises the Wisconsin Arts Board staff, programs, and day-to-day operations. The agency's full-time program staff implement policies and programs, including grants, and provide technical and informational services to the public and do an amazing job. That was off script.
Thanks, Brian. So the aims and objectives of this particular panel. The folk arts area of emphasis seeks to enhance the appreciation and ensure the continued vitality of the folk and traditional arts in Wisconsin. We'll get started this morning with the Creative Communities application reviews. So the goals of the Creative Communities folk arts component are to identify, assist, and honor the finest traditional artists, to support the cultural activities of traditional communities in which such artists flourish, and to make the significance of Wisconsin's multicultural heritage available to the wider public. By way of definition, the Wisconsin Arts Board describes traditional or folk arts as artistic practices that express a shared aesthetic, heritage, or tradition of a community. The art form might be folk, traditional, or classically ethnic. It will have endured through several generations with creative innovations by skilled master artists throughout its history. It may have been revived after a cultural break due to the efforts of a committed artist. We will then revisit the goals of the Folk Arts Apprenticeship program before beginning those reviews.
Wonderful. And now for the role of the panelist. Your role today is to provide expert assistance to the Wisconsin Arts Board in its grant-making decisions and to help keep the board informed regarding needs and trends that you see. Today, you will be reviewing grant applications according to established review criteria and making recommendations to the board. We would like you to appraise the board of needs and trends within your field and community, either through your general discussion of applications or in written assessments for board consideration. We would greatly welcome your input, and we would value any suggestions and recommendations you would like to make on a whole grant evaluation process. My role, the role of the panel chair, is both informational and procedural. The chair is responsible for providing information regarding Wisconsin Arts Board policy and ensuring that panel meetings process in an orderly fashion according to established procedures. The chair is a non-voting facilitator whose job is to ensure that each panelist's point of view is given ample consideration throughout the review of each application. The panel chair convenes the meeting, reviews the board's conflict of interest policy, and determines whether possible conflicts exist, guides the panel through the review by serving as timekeeper and discussion monitor. Panelists should focus their deliberations on how each application's proposal meets the established review criteria. The chair may occasionally need to refocus the panel toward that end. Caitlin will help me on that as well. Panel discussion should always be constructive, regardless of whether it is positive or negative. At the May 2021 board meeting, the panel chair will report the panel's recommendations. A written record of these recommendations and a summary of comments will be provided by staff to facilitate this process. Panel chairs will clarify these comments if requested by the board. The chair may also wish to comment on any trends or needs identified by the panel or make general observations regarding the overall nature of grant requests. We would greatly value constructive comments and remarks on each application. Panel comments are sent to applicants when they are notified of the outcome of their grant application.
The role of staff. So I will be staffing the panel meeting today with technical assistance from Dale Johnson. Staff can answer technical questions related to eligibility issues, whether an applicant submitted the required budgets or if an applicant asked for assistance in the grant writing process. Staff cannot make any qualitative artistic judgments or tell you their opinion of the organization's or artist's work. In terms of criteria, each application will be evaluated based on the purpose of the Creative Communities program, the goals for the folk arts component, and specifically on the criteria areas outlined on your score sheets. Scoring and recommendations. You will be asked to score each application individually from 1 to 20 as based on the review criteria. However you score, be consistent throughout the day. Don't maybe start tougher in the morning and get easier as the day goes, or vice versa. If you don't give a perfect score, and we don't anticipate that you will in every instance, then please do make sure to explain why in either the written comments or your verbal comments. After submitting all final reviews, each applicant's points will be averaged and ranked. You will then look at the ranking to identify whether or not you see natural breaks where you want to set a floor beneath which no applications will receive funding. You have already vetted an earlier version of these Creative Communities applications in phase 1, so it's presumed that the bulk of these are worthy of funding. However, based on the additional information provided in these phase 2 applications, the panel may decide that some do not fully meet the funding criteria and so are not recommended for funding. Please note that if an applicant has received less than 10 points, they are automatically taken out of consideration for a grant this year. And also, a point to note is that you will not be asked to deal with dollar amounts today.
Wonderful. So what happens after today? As noted previously, the panel chair takes the panel recommendations to the full board. After review and ratification of the panel's recommendations by the Arts Board members at their May meeting, applicants will be notified of grant decisions by June. Conflict of interest policy. You have received the conflict of interest form. My understanding is we have heard it from everyone verbally from Kripa. In the circumstances that you're asked to review an application of an organization with which you or a person with whom you have familial relationship are associated, we ask you to withdraw from all consideration of that application, including participating in subsequent stages of discussion regarding the applicant's relative ranking. The panel should not take any action on any application which would financially benefit a member of the advisory panel or someone with whom a member has a familial relationship. Panelists should be open about their ability to judge an application objectively. The perception of conflict should also be considered and avoided. Now, did we end up having any conflicts of interest, Caitlin? No?
Nope.
Excellent.
We're good to go there. And then, as you have already likely observed, we are recording and live streaming this meeting because it is an open meeting. Regarding the appeals process, we would like to let you know that an applicant may only make an appeal based on procedural errors and not on the basis of artistic judgment. And that is the end of our scripted orientation there. Do we have any questions before we begin the review process?
All right, I can tell you from a timekeeping standpoint, if you have not been a part of this before, there is a 10-minute discussion period. For those of you, well, most of you do not know me. I typically do talk a lot when we're at meetings. So I will be very silent during this meeting. My role is not to speak. It is to just moderate the time and the flow of conversation. So you will be given 10 minutes. I will be doing it on my iPhone timer. I will give you I will be giving you a 2-minute heads up. I will do my best not to cut you off. Sometimes we may go over the 10-minute mark as I'm being respectful to you and what you're trying to finalize your comments. But if you see me going like this, I am, while someone's speaking, just so it gives that speaker an idea. If there's a break in it, I'll say 2 minutes. Otherwise, if you can all see me on your screen, just know I'm gonna put 2 fingers up so that it doesn't stop the flow of conversation.
Think you, Brian.
You're welcome.
And yeah, we will get started with the first application here. I do want to note, and I think I mentioned this by email, just to say that submitting a full application this year is commendable from all of our applicants. This has been a particularly challenging year. So, just want to frame the discussion that way, and looking forward to all of your thoughtful feedback. So thank you all in advance.
Caitlin, since this is streaming on YouTube Live, is it recording as well to where applicants will be able to go? So we don't need to necessarily worry so much about the timing, do we? Or
I don't think we need to, wait the 4 minutes to Karen, what's your thought on that? I think it will be recorded, it will be streamed, and the full agenda has been posted, with the understanding that there's some flex room there depending on how long discussions run.
Yeah, up to you. If people want to take a stretch break, awesome. If people want to roll up their sleeves and jump right in with both feet, up to you.
Are you guys ready to go, or do you want to wait? Do you need a 4-minute break? All right.
Thumbs up.
Normally
Great.
because when we're meeting in person, we're giving people the opportunity to step into the room and to leave the room. And so we're very mindful of the time, especially if people have traveled to hear how their grant is being reviewed, so that they can learn from it and learn from the other applicants. They typically enter the room, they sign in outside the room, they come in, we don't know who they are, and they leave and we don't know who they are while we're in the room, but they are recorded outside the room or just inside the room. And they're not allowed to ask questions or anything, but it gives them an opportunity to see the process unfolding. So, all right, with that said, we will move to our first grant applicant, and that is for the Bembe Drum and Dance based in Milwaukee. And then our first reader on this grant is not with us. So Caitlin, do you
That was
want?
Josh.
Oh, it is Josh. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Josh.
I thought it was me. Oh, it's fine.
Not here. So Caitlin's going to be reading those. So sorry about that, Josh. So if you want to kick it off.
Yeah, absolutely. So this was an application from Bembe Drum and Dance, and I hope I'm pronouncing that word correctly. They are in Milwaukee and they're asking for the full $6,000 request. They are an organization that they work to inspire music and performance skills, intergenerational connection and cultural identity, exploration through Afro-Latino culture. And they're applying for a new component of an existing project called Learning from the Masters. And basically what they're hoping to do is invite master artists to visit and train their the existing like teaching artist staff that they already have in place in Milwaukee, to train them in different styles that they had not previously studied or learned. And then I think with the idea that then the teaching artists, once they learn those additional styles, then they'll be able to sort of disseminate that among the community that they serve. And it sounds like they would, in addition to those trainings and workshops, they would also be doing some free outdoor performances as well. The strengths that I saw for this application is the personnel list seems really great and really qualified. I thought they also had a particularly strong selection of work samples that they included that really showed samples of the work from the master artists that they're going to bring in, but also samples that really show the great programming that the organization has been doing in their community. And I also felt like they were being responsive to their community's needs. They talk about how their teaching artist staff has expressed that in Milwaukee, it's been difficult for them to like sort of grow and learn new skills beyond the areas that they already have expertise in. And so that's why they're sort of intentionally doing this program to bring in folks from outside the city to help train their teaching artists even more. So it's cool to see that responsiveness to what their community has expressed they need. In terms of weaknesses, I thought that the structure of what they're planning could have been fleshed out a little bit more. I was left a little bit unsure of like how many workshops they were planning. And I was also a little unclear on their plans for, they talked about the master artists that they're going to be bringing in. They're going to be teaching primarily the teaching artists, but maybe also the community members as well. And I just couldn't quite get a grasp on sort of the exact plans for that. I also thought it would have been nice to have a little bit more information about how and why they selected the artists that they are bringing in, just to lead the workshops, like the styles of music and dance they'll be presenting. I just would have liked to hear a little bit more about how they made those decisions. But based on like the track record of the programming they do, I don't foresee any issues with that. So those are all my initial comments.
Wonderful. Thank you, Josh. Our second reader on this is Kripa. Kripa, if you want to.
Thank you, Brian. Thanks, Josh. So to me, the Afro-Latino music, dance, and the cultural traditions, and exploring and learning more about the culture seems very fascinating. It seems extremely interesting. And their percussive traditions and connecting with the Latinx youth seemed like a great point for me. So I really admire the fact that they are able to reach out to the youth from their community. And also they're not only youth, and I see that they have thousands of parents and community members who are actively engaged in their project. And the fact that they're bringing master artists from outside, adding to what Josh was saying, I had the same question on my mind. The expertise of the master artist, if they had quoted more about who they are, their background, that would have been more interesting for a layman like me to learn about their field and their field of expertise. And the group certainly seems to have a lot of talented educators from what I read and see. And that was great. And in particular, their study abroad program seems very interesting for me. So I think the exploring the Puerto Rican culture and the music and dance with the guest artists, I was more interested in learning more about that. And I thought they made a strong point there. And their plan to partner with the local performing arts group and the other Caribbean studies and connecting with the universities seemed really interesting. And their involvement with the organizational and ethnic groups as well. I felt that they were very inclusive about other communities as well. So the only thing that was lingering on my mind when I was reading their project is I wish I'd learned a little more about the background of the master artists who they were inviting for the workshop. So that would have been great. And overall, I think this is very impressive, and I really like the art form in general. Their presentations, their examples, and their samples seemed extremely impressive. So I would say I was very impressed with their whole submission, whole proposal.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Kripa. We'll open it up for discussion or any questions or any other feedback you guys have on this applicant.
So I'll just quickly jump in here to say that I think this application arrives at a really important time for not just Wisconsin and Milwaukee's Latinx community, but I think within kind of a national framework to be having conversations about Afro-Latinidad. And so this is, it was a really, really well done application. And it's kind of really digging into an underexplored aspect of both Latino and Wisconsin culture. In 2021. And so they definitely brought that all out. I was also really impressed with their community partners. The only thing that I'll say is that as a professor at Marquette, I'd love to see this also branch out to other educational spaces in the city, because there's kind of this growing cohort, I think, of educational partners across the Milwaukee area that are willing and interested in getting engaged with this. So I was happy to see Latino Arts and UWM and Escuela Verde as some of the groups that would be participating in this, but there might be others that would also in the future be willing to be a part of such a collaboration. So.
Wonderful, thank you for that. And Sally, did you have any feedback you wanted to add?
I love this application, definitely an organization that has a strong track record, and they have impressive partnerships in the community. So I have no question that they'll, be successful. I also agree that, we could have used more information about their exact timeline and the artists they're going to work with. So maybe in the future, if they reapply for something else, just to think about that. But, otherwise very strong application. And I really like that, they point out in the application that part of what they want to address is some of the racial segregation in Milwaukee. and building bridges between African and more like Hispanic, Latino, Latinx communities. And I think that's really important in a city like Milwaukee that has a lot of segregation issues and just in general. That's great. I guess something I would just say as like maybe something to like look towards, building with this program. Like when I read through their list of partner organizations, I see a lot of Latinx organizations, and I wonder if they could build some connections with Black community groups, African diaspora community groups, to kind of be actively like building those bridges between Black communities and Hispanic communities that aren't so connected already. So I think that would be a good goal for the future. And but yeah, very good program, and happy to give a blessing on it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sally. Okay, now's the time that you submit your scores, and Dale will let us know once he's seen all of them entered, and then we will move on to the next applicant. I hope this all worked. I'm going to do 2, then 1, so that you guys can see this. Wonderful. All right, Dale.
You should, since you've already submitted those initial reviews, if you open that up, you should see just 4, I think it's 4 or 5 score boxes there where you can enter those numerical scores. And then once you do submit, if you want to give an audible, submitted or a thumbs up, that's great. And Dale will confirm that once he sees all of them.
Looks like all the scores are in. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Dale. Now we'll move on to the Chippewa Valley Museum based in Eau Claire. And we have Sergio as a first reader and Sally as a second reader.
Thank you, everybody. Chippewa Valley Museum's project Artes Latinas out of Eau Claire. They're requesting $6,000 for their funding. Just a quick summary here. This is a project that is building off of earlier work completed by UW Emeritus Professor of Folklore Jim Larry's early explorations of Mexican descent and Latino folklore in the Chippewa River Valley. And the organization seems to be building off of the growing Latino population in the Chippewa Valley region. The Artes Latinas program is kind of like a multi-piece program. It's going to gather material to allow the region and the greater community to more deeply know and appreciate the diversity of the growing Latinx population in the Chippewa River Valley. The program will include material collected through oral history work. They're going to hope to produce a short video to be shared at the Chippewa Valley Museum's website, as well as through community events with UW Eau Claire and the International Folk Fair. And artists will be asked to participate in the annual February Folk Arts Festival. They list as one of their long-term goals to build kind of a larger virtual exhibit to contextualize the development of the region's Latinx population and cultural expressions in the region. So some of the strengths that I wanted to note, as I said in the last application, this is kind of arriving at a perfect time as we think about the expansion of Latinx populations, not just in our traditional urban centers in places like Milwaukee and Madison, but in other parts of the state as well. And so the applicants have identified a wide range of potential artists to work with that I think really speak to the diversity of Latinidad in the state of Wisconsin. A number of established partners as well, including UW Eau Claire professors and members of El Centro, which is a local community organization. They've also identified a number of different ways they hope to disseminate the project, including in both English and Spanish language outlets. Some things I think that could be worked on, the evaluation structure. It would be helpful to see how the more information how the observational evaluation will be helpful as a formative tool, not just as a summative tool at the end of the project. Another thing that I'd like to see maybe clarified is the use of ethnocultural identifiers and perhaps a consistent one. So Hispanic, Latino, Latin American are kind of used interspersed throughout, and it's kind of hard to identify what they mean by those. But overall, this was a really encouraging application. I really enjoyed reading it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sally. You are up now.
All right. Yes. So Sergio hit a lot of key points. I guess where I'm coming from with this is that I was part of I was a field worker on a similar project with Chippewa Valley Museum, documenting Hmong culture in the area. And I see this project is very similar to that. And I know that, that project that I was part of before was very successful in a lot of ways. And I see the same kind of outline to this project. And I definitely feel like they're set up for success here. I like that they are building on existing work that was done at the organization. And they're trying to dovetail this work with some upcoming exhibits, Frida Kahlo's Garden and Play Ball in the Barrios and the Big Leagues, some traveling exhibits that are coming to their museum. So that's cool that they're, making this coincide. When I was part of the Hmong project, we were partnering with the Eau Claire Area Hmong Mutual Aid Society, something, can't remember the exact name. So it's nice to see that now they've got this El Centro de Conexión that they're partnering with. I thought just an interesting demographic point they made, that while Latinos make up only 2.7% of the overall population, which is still a huge jump from like a decade ago, they make up 5.9% of the school system population. So that shows that a lot more Latino people are going to be coming up in Eau Claire in the future here. And so I think this, like Sergio said, this is a really important time for this work. I thought that their fieldwork plan is really cool. You have an Eau Claire student partnering with these professors, and they have well thought out goals for digital programming, making videos, and some presentations, it's just a well packaged program that I think builds off of other programs that they've done in the past. So
Wonderful. Thank you very, very much. Any other feedback on this one? All right, Josh?
Yeah. I agree with what Sergio and Sally Anna have said. I think it's a strong application, and I like they have some good community partnerships and those sorts of things. The one area I wanted to mention was actually in the budget, that they have like $700 budgeted for artist stipends, and I felt like that. I felt like I wanted more information on that, because it feels like it might be a low amount of money that they're planning on paying the artists. I'd like to I couldn't tell if that was for how many artists that $700 was to be divvied up amongst, and was that for their participation in the festival or for their participation in like the field work, or I just felt like I need a little bit more information on that, because I was a little concerned they weren't budgeting enough money for that side of things. So
Thank you for that. Any further comments?
I have something, but since I already presented, I would like Tara to say anything if she has.
You have time.
Okay. Yeah, just off of what Sergio said about consistent ethnosignifiers, it seems like they're trying to go in a new direction here, where Jim Leary's work was about Mexican people in Eau Claire area, and now they're trying to be more like any Hispanic group, Hondurans, Guatemalans, whatever. And I think that's great, and that's like a great new direction to go in, but maybe they could have like apropos what Sergio said, maybe they could have said like, we are also aware of like growing Guatemalan community in Eau Claire, and that's a specific target group rather than making sort of an umbrella statement. Even though like that we can allow for the fact that they'll probably branch out in other ways they don't expect, maybe they could have addressed that issue with being a little more specific by trying to figure out like, what are the other Latino groups in Eau Claire besides Mexicans that we might work with. Yeah, just throwing that out there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. Kripa, do you have any comments on this one?
I overall felt like they had a very strong educational, cultural, and artistic value to the project. I really liked it.
Okay, well, thank you guys all.
Great.
If you want to score this one, and we'll wait to hear from Dale.
All right, I see all of the scores. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dale. Okay, moving on. The Friends of Wabeno in Wabeno, Wisconsin is our next one. Iris was the first reader. Josh is the second reader. So Caitlin will read the comments that Iris had shared with Caitlin. So go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, Friends of Wabeno up in Wabeno, Wisconsin is Forest County, I believe, up in northeastern Wisconsin, requesting $6,000. This is a multicultural arts festival representative of the local community. This is their third year requesting funding for this folk and traditional arts component of the festival. And the change, Iris, is the change includes, so maybe the updated piece from previous years includes an art contest to showcase folk and traditional arts. She said the strengths are a 9-month outline of the plan, looks effective, and there's a diverse group of performers that have been included in the lineup so far. Weaknesses, she mentioned that the measurement of attendance could have been clearer sort of in the evaluation piece and how that might relate to the successes of the event. Those are the bulk of the comments on this one. So I'm gonna just pass it off to Josh.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, like you said through Iris, they're sort of in their third year for this festival, emphasizing folk and traditional artists. They talk about how they're inviting 10 musicians and performers, and 5 of which are folk artists. So they have a Native American flutist, Irish dancers, Native American guitarist and singer, the OW Exalters Gospel Choir, and the Bad River Native American Dancers. I thought strengths in their budget, they show financial support from like a really wide variety of like really local organizations, which is nice to see that kind of like local support, like the bank and a thrift store and the American Legion and the Lions Club, and lots of like hyper local support, which is cool. And I also like that it's they don't charge any admission or anything to their festival. And they also seems like they try to adapt to the community desires. They talk about how they sort of have learned that the audience wants more performances, less than like workshops. And so they're sort of like headed more in that just performance direction. In terms of weaknesses, I thought that additional work samples would be helpful. They have some decent work samples of like some of the artists that they're going to be featuring, but I think even photographs showing previous festival events would be useful, just to like sort of prove that track record. I also, this is another one where I felt like in general, I was left wanting more information on how they decided to work and invite the traditional artists that they are working with, and specifically more information about like how they decided to partner with these certain groups, I thought would strengthen the application. And I know from reading their application the last couple of years that it's sort of been something I feel like they've struggled a little bit with, trying to partner with different community groups around their community. And so, yeah, in general, I just felt like I wanted a little bit more information about how they were deciding who they were presenting, and how those partnerships were made.
All right, thank you, Josh. Does anyone else have feedback on this application?
I'll say something, and yeah, I like this program. Last time I was on the panel, they were also applying, and I believe they had to cancel because of COVID. So it would be nice to see them get the funding and do this again. I like, the range of artists they've chosen, and I like what Josh was saying about their hyper local organization. I think like it's really important. The arts board support groups like this that are really trying to do grassroots arts organizing in some of these small towns in Wisconsin. So that's really cool to see. And I liked reading that they're trying to found is it Wabino or Wabino? I want to pronounce it Wabino for some reason. It's Wabino. Yeah. That they're trying to found a what was it? Community foundation, Wabino Community Foundation. So they're trying to go in some of these sorts of directions of grounding this more permanently. I guess one kind of I guess funny observation I had was that under where they put like the demographics, where you put how many, is there a specific age category that's going to be benefited? Is there a specific racial category that's going to be benefited? They put no single age group and no distinct group made up more than 25% of population directly benefited. I mean, Wabino, I looked it up, it's about 70% white, 20% native. So, they're white and native people, were the people they should have listed there. And, that's fine. They probably just didn't think that like, we're not targeting this towards, a specific group. But I think maybe that is also part of maybe some of the things that Josh was alluding to with like, would have liked to know how they chose the artists they chose. I think it's really great to present diverse artists, but I guess I don't want it to just be about presenting diverse artists. I want it to be about making connections with diverse communities. And obviously there's a large Native population up there. So, there's that connection to be strengthened. And then, trying to make inroads with other communities, bringing this gospel choir up. I think that's awesome. But I just want to see them be a little bit more like self-aware and reflexive about that, I guess, in that sense. And then one other thing I noticed was in the evaluation, they talk about going to business owners and asking them like, how it went for them, like financially, and that's cool. I think that, we have to be realistic that like the arts are also about economy and, and tourism is a big thing in these areas. But I guess I want to see some evaluation that's not so financially based, like, and this is, how do you quantify this, of course, but like, were there kids that got inspired to like do music? Were there, what kind of changes are they seeing in people's participation in the arts in their community, not just the like financial bottom line? So, I just want to see some of those things as they're growing this program and looking to become a community foundation. I just want to see some of those groundworks being laid.
All right, Kripa, you had unmuted at one point. We've got 2 minutes. Did you have any feedback on this one?
I just wanted to know, overall, I was very impressed with the project as such, but like Josh and Sally was pointing out, on the same note, I would like to know, take to be a part of the community. How does one approach them to be inclusive of the community is something that I wanted to know. They can answer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sergio?
Just really quickly second everything, and especially Saliana's point, fantastic on the reference kind of to the community being a primarily Caucasian space, as they note in the narrative, but obviously that not really aligning with the numbers. And then also their reference to highlighting Wisconsin's multicultural heritage, how the process to come by how those artists are selected. And I really appreciated Saliana's point about the evaluation metrics, and to just really reiterate that perhaps the business community's determination of how the event goes should not be the primary way to determine the artistic contributions and the impact of this type of an event. So.
Right,
to just add one last thing, just as kind of I feel like maybe they didn't put that racial demographic also, and maybe not, but sometimes I feel like organizations are afraid to say, well, it's white people that we're serving, and that's fine. Like, we know it's, rural Wisconsin, we know the reality of that, and it's fine that your demographic is, largely white, and just be, be self-aware about that. It's cool.
All right. Thanks, everyone. If you want to put your scores in, and then we'll wait to hear back from Dale.
Brian, you really make this so easy for me. I just.
My pleasure.
Oh, I'm sorry, Caitlin. Is there any way I can just bring up one last thing that I forgot to ask about with this one?
Yeah, an additional comment or
yes,
verbal comment.
I'm sorry I'm sorry I forgot to mention this. I had a question about their budget actually, because their budget years were like 21, 22, 23. I was just wondering, like, I don't know, it didn't make sense to me for some reason. They say most recently completed fiscal year 2021. And I was just confused by that. I just ran across my comment about that as I was scoring this, and I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, let me pull that up here too. My thought is that it would, I guess, depend on when their fiscal year starts and ends, and if it's, if they're currently in fiscal year 22, because the program is after July 1, 2021, maybe they're considering that fiscal year 22. Okay. That's my best guess there, and it could have also, been a mix-up on the years there. Did anyone else notice that or have it?
I wonder if they use the state's fiscal year looking at it.
I was going to say that's ours. So that's why I think that way when I think of 21 and 22. And that could very, very well be.
And maybe to clarify that in the future, Caitlin, under the budget section, if we just have them define their fiscal year for us, then it would alleviate like Saliana's question in the future for any other panelist.
You know what? They do actually. So they say, I guess August. Well, they must work. Because the event, I think, is scheduled for August 7. That's, looking forward, I guess that's their FY22 starting August 7, 2021. I'm guessing, so August 7, 2022 or around that date when they plan to have the next event, because it is just a one-day event. I'm guessing that would be their fiscal year 2023. So if that's the case, I think it makes sense, but I see how that's confusing there. Does that sit all right with everyone else?
All right.
Your
Well,
stuff is always so confusing that it could just be a typo or something like that.
awesome. All right. Very much. We'll just wait for Dale.
Okay, all the scores are in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dale. Next up, we have the Hmong American Center, Inc. in Wausau, and we have Sergio as the first reader and Kripa as the second reader. So go ahead, take it easy.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. As you mentioned, the Hmong American Center Incorporated out of Wausau. Their project is called We Are Hmong. I'm going to try to pronounce the name Pebyog Moob. They are requesting $6,000 for their project. According to their narrative, this project really builds out of work that they've been doing for quite some time in the Wausau community to engage in economic, social, and multicultural development. But I think more pressingly, as they noted, it comes on the tail end of the pandemic and the loss of so many Hmong elders in the community. And so this project is an effort to try to recover and retain and to spread the cultural traditions that exist in Wausau's Hmong community. They are putting together, they're hoping to put together regular educational sessions twice a week, beginning in June and stretching all the way into December. And the program includes a list of different components, including traditional Hmong dance, playing Hmong instruments, and then as well singing and reciting traditional folk and cultural songs. And according to the application, they are hoping to perform these different cultural traditions at a number of different festivals in the Wausau area and across Wisconsin as well. So some of the strengths that I saw, while I just kind of listed them, really the two big things that I really enjoyed out of this application, which I think was relatively strong, was one, the number of different ways in which the project hopes to engage with traditional Hmong musical traditions, whether it's dance, instrumentation, singing, and folk song remembrance. I also was really excited to see the kind of second life that the program coordinators envision for this project, right? So it truly seems to be an educative experience where the students who are learning these traditions are going to continue on the tradition of spreading them across the state afterwards. Just a few quick weaknesses or areas of potential growth for the future. The community participation section, as it was written, seemed a little bit vague, although it maybe came out a little bit stronger in other parts of the narrative, especially in answering the question around community involvement. So there was maybe a little bit more clarity would be helpful in that. Let's see. The program evaluation section as well. The program evaluation mechanisms seem a bit loosely defined, especially in the survey and observation section. And so perhaps it could provide more clarification and understanding how the program will be evaluated and how the applicants are planning to use those program evaluations for the future, especially because they see this having an extended life beyond just this year's application program. So.
Thank you very much. And Kripa.
Yeah. The fact that the program is trying to connect with the individuals with very limited English proficiency, involving the military veterans and having everyone participate, I think seemed very interesting to me. And connecting with the culture through music and dance itself is celebration. So I feel they had placed that really well. And like Sergio mentioned, towards the end, like the way they take the survey, I would also like to know how they are going to connect and do that. A more descriptive layout. If they chalked out the plan in a better way, I think that would have been a great way to kind of take a census and see how they want to, get the audience feedback. So that I thought could have been more descriptive. But I thought overall the project itself seemed very bright to me.
Wonderful. Does anybody else have feedback on this?
I was confused a little bit by this application. I like what they're doing, like their Hmong cultural work seems very strong, and definitely like coming from the community, grassroots, honoring all the the traditions and art forms that I know are big in the Hmong community. However, they are orienting their application as they're trying to say all this stuff about building community with non-Hmong people in the area. They talk about, you know, racism, you know, and problems with, you know, interethnic communication in their community. And then in the evaluation section, they said, I'm trying to quick find it. I have a hard time navigating through these documents sometimes. On the evaluation section, they talk about using this life report to evaluate. And this, apparently this report is going to be basically showing like the inclusiveness of the community. And what did I write? I said, the project seems disconnected from the evaluations. I'm not convinced that there's enough of a focus on the project as described on intercultural, ethnic, and racial engagement. And thus, I don't think the life report will be a good summary of the efficacy of this particular program. I think trying to draw a link between this particular program and the life report would be kind of a conflation. It seems like the Hmong community in Wausau is very engaged in these programs. However, the application talks about a longer term goal of intercultural relationship building and working through prejudices in the region. Thus, I would like to see more about how the programs the Hmong American Center is offering will be presented to the wider community. So I guess I found a discrepancy between what they stated as their goals and what they're actually going to be putting on. And I don't know if anyone else had any thoughts about that.
Anybody else have any information or want to comment on Saliana's?
This isn't a comment directly on Sally Anna's point, which I think is a good point, but I just want to sort of echo what Sergio had said, that I appreciated their discussion of the way that this has become a much more urgent thing for them since COVID, talking about a lot of their elders passing away and taking some of that traditional knowledge with them. And that I think they mentioned that their community has seen a resurgence of interest in learning these because of the past year. So I thought that was a strong point in their favor.
I'll just comment off of Saliana's point that I think it's an interesting distinction, and I guess that it's an important one to make, because when I read the narrative, I had focused, or I had seen the focus being more on kind of this question of preservation of inter-community cultural traditions, and so I may have missed those explicit references to building bridges outside, and because maybe that wasn't so explicit, that would be something to really build upon. And it seems that we're all kind of perhaps talking about the evaluation segment being a place where there's a missing link there on how potentially the project might kind of assess those impacts. So if the focus was explicitly on preservation of folk traditions, I think it's really strong. To Saliana's point, there might be some kind of missing pieces there for that second component.
All right, thank you guys all for the feedback. Anything else, Saliana?
Yeah, I love you know, the Hmong initiatives, and I think, you know, they're obviously like very established, and they're doing a lot of great work in their community. And yes, like this is like, I would say that, you know, it asks us like on the scoring if the project is urgent, and I do think that this work is urgent. And so for that reason, I see it as, you know, I'm maybe willing to look past some of the things that I'm seeing as like maybe a little bit of like poor planning in the in goals and the program that they're putting together, or at least what they're stating as their goals. However, I also just wanted to clarify briefly about the budget. I just found their budget to be kind of I always have such a hard time navigating these things. Their fiscal year budget to be kind of all over the place. I don't know if, like, Caitlin, if you have any thoughts, information about this. You know, they show this large deficit, their expenses going way up, but their revenue hasn't really gone. They show their revenue not really moving, but they show their expenses shooting way up, and then they show this deficit. And I don't know. I guess I just found that a little odd. Yes.
Yeah, great. And
not a question.
Good question, Saliana. And I don't have any additional insight there other than that note that says, that they kind of overshoot on expenses. We always estimate that the expenses are higher just in case, and we'll have a better understanding as the year goes by. And that might be because it is that next fiscal year. A lot of times organizations will put in something really similar to their current year that they're working in if they haven't made those projections yet. So that's my thought on that. I guess I didn't think it was a red flag, but I think that that's great feedback and thinking through, future applications and what a, expense surplus, how that comes across in an application. I think that's good feedback.
I would say that I took note of that in my comments also, but I also feel like every organization's budget looks crazy right now because of COVID and the different relief funds and lost revenue and everything. I feel like it's difficult to judge an organization by the way their budget looks at the moment in terms of like their capacity. So that's my take on it.
Yeah.
Thanks. All right, we're at time on this one. So if you guys want to go ahead and score, that would be great. And we'll wait for Dale. And in the meantime, I think the feedback you're giving is important. Don't feel like you're nitpicking, because as someone who submits a grant for the creation of presentation program, it's important to hear what you guys are saying so that we can hone in on the grants we're writing and provide greater clarity. So don't feel like you're being nitpicking.
And you're doing a great job so far. Really thoughtful and thorough feedback.
So far, though. As
So far.
So far, though.
Keep it up.
Okay, all the scores are in. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dale. Next up, we have Lakeview Elementary in Madison. And Saliana is the first reader and Iris was the second. So Caitlin will have Iris's comments and you are free to go. Oh, you're muted. There you go.
Sorry. This sprung up on me here. So let me just navigate to that.
It's a lot of navigating, Saliana. We know.
I'm clicking application summary and all my
start
comments.
the timer until you start talking for.
Thanks, Ryan.
I'll just kind of read what I wrote here. I've worked with Hmong people in the past, and I know how to pronounce some things, but this long phrase is not. I'm going to do really badly at this. Peb Cob Lis Sev Tai Peb Tai Dabneg. Our culture, our story, is of cultural and educational value for the Lakeview Elementary community. I like that in attempting to address Hmong language and culture loss, this program is also building a bridge between the Hmong community and other demographic groups. The resources created through the project will benefit Hmong and non-Hmong students alike. I like that the level of involvement that the students in the Hmong bilingual program, will have in this project by engaging young Hmong students and interviewing their elders. The program encourages intergenerational storytelling and gives children the skills they need to become lifelong documenters and revitalizers of Hmong traditions. So this is an elementary school that has a Hmong bilingual immersion program, and they want to have their Hmong students document Hmong traditional artists in their community. And then they want to try to integrate sort of the Hmong bilingual program with the rest of the school, with the non-Hmong side of the school. By using the interviews that are collected from these artists, by using the material that's collected, they're also going to employ a photographer to come in and do lifestyle photo shoots with the artists. They're going to create a book. They're going to have some different cultural programming geared towards the whole school. So I think this is awesome. I feel like maybe this is the program this is a version of the program that I wasn't seeing in the last one with where they're trying for a kind of an integrative approach. And this one is, I feel like, really reaching. that. The Hmong students are being benefited because they're getting, this, what did I write? This program will have a deep and multi-generational impact on Lakeview's Hmong community. The program brings traditional education into conversation with the mainstream American education system. And I see this as bringing respect and dignity to the Hmong community, which has historically been shut out of education systems in many countries. And they note that in their application when they note that a lot of Hmong people can't read in their own language because there was no Hmong written language in the past. And that's part of what this bilingual program is trying to rectify. And the inclusiveness of this program, I feel, is twofold. It strives to better include and represent Hmong students and their families, and it also strives to include non-Hmong students in important cultural learning happening in the Hmong bilingual program. So yeah, I really like that this program addresses critical culture loss issues in the Hmong community while also building some of these bridges. And I like that the program is very reflexive because it sources documentaries from the target community itself. The children, they're learning these skills to document their own culture. And I think that is really awesome. As a folklorist, I love seeing kids get involved in that kind of thing. And I'll pass to, well, I guess Iris isn't here. So I'll pass to Caitlin to
stand in here as Iris. Thank you, Saliana. And this is pretty short and sweet, but Iris noted that the sort of cultural sensitivity of the project as a strength, and ensuring the proposed demographic that they are receiving, that they're collecting these oral histories from, that their comfort is prioritized here. She thought that the community outreach plan is a strength of the project as well, and those are Iris's comments. I do want to note too that there was a discrepancy with the budget here. It was unbalanced, and I worked with Rachel and I wasn't able in time to get it updated, but it was mostly the fact that her staff time was listed as an expense, but not as an income item. So we count, staff, organizational staff as cash, part of the cash match. So if I bumped that up, it is balanced now. So I just wanted to note that if it was a red flag for anyone else. And I will open it up from there.
Sergio.
Yeah, I'll just piggyback off of Saliana's points. As a former dual language immersion teacher in Madison, this really hit all the sweet spots for me as well as I was reading it. This seemed like it had all of the really important inward facing pedagogical and curriculum development pieces that are really important to build folk art within an elementary school space, but also that outward facing folk art community engagement, which is I think what the WB is always trying to foster in its work. And so I was really excited to also see kind of all the different ways in which pedagogically it's engaging in folk art, whether that's bringing community elders into spaces, but also empowering students to be future educators of all of these experiences as they move forward. In terms of community participation, there was just one, I always appreciate really well-written prose in application because it's really hard to hit that note. And they know, I just want to reiterate this point they make, beyond these two leaders for this project, we consider all students and elder storytellers to be experts on their own language, culture, and experiences. And I think that's exactly what these types of projects should be doing, so.
Thank you for that feedback. Anybody else? Oh.
Yeah, one of the most impressive, well laid out program, I thought, very strong, and how tall they stand as a habitat for the humanity homes. It's an exceptionally great proposal.
Great. And Josh, did you have some feedback?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Caitlin, for clarifying on the budget, because I did note that as well. And I agree with what's been said. I think this is a really strong application, really interesting what they're doing. Honestly, my main concern is the question of whether this is too ambitious. I'm not sure if they realize how big of a project this is going to be for the timeline they have laid out. They want to do this entire thing from August to January, and that includes doing the interviews, creating print materials, and I think some digital materials. And I couldn't discern if anybody involved in the project has experience in oral history interviewing. which that's a surmountable obstacle to not have experience. Anybody can do it, but especially working with students, kids, to have them interview elders, they're going to need really a lot of guidance, in my experience, to ask the type of questions that are going to result in good media at the end. And so that was a big question for me. I thought that the work samples from the videographer they're working with were really high quality. Obviously the equipment she uses is top notch, and she knows what she's doing. But I didn't know if she or anybody else has that interview experience that I think would be pretty important for this type of project. So again, I don't think it's insurmountable, but that was something I was wondering about. And again, the budget, I think they had set aside $4,500 for the storytellers and for the videographer. And I love that they're providing honorariums for the storytellers. I would have liked to see that broken down a little bit more. And maybe I missed it, but I couldn't tell how many elders or storytellers they were planning to interview. And so I'm hoping that whatever money is left aside for the videographer is enough for her time also. Because like I said, I think this will take a lot more time than they might be thinking at the moment, but awesome project.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, Josh, about the, needing to teach students how to interview. I guess it would be cool to see either the project, and that's something I wrote for another direction, was to bring that oral history lessons into other classrooms as well, to have other students also thinking about interviewing their elders and stuff. And I think it would be cool in this plan to see a plan for how they're going to teach that skill. And it would have been cool maybe to see a budget line for a consulting folklorist to help with that work. But, I think as it stands, I think it's a great application. But yeah, I think they will either want to think about really lengthening their timeline, or maybe trying to have someone come in as a consultant and do a little bit of a workshop with the teachers or with a classroom. Yeah.
All right, thank you guys very much. That is time on this one. So if you want to score it and then wait for Dale.
Okay, all the scores are in. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dale. Okay, up next, and this is our final one. So that is Studio K Flamenco in Milwaukee, and Kripa is the first reader and Sergio is the second reader, if you want to start.
Thank you. So the Studio K Flamenco relocated to Milwaukee from San Francisco in July 2019. They're located at the Bayview community of Milwaukee, and they actively partner with organizations like Bayview Community Center and Milwaukee Public Schools. So their youth programs seemed very attractive, and their bilingual arts programming for the under-resourced Milwaukee Public Schools is something that I thought was exceptionally fascinating. And they have performance CDs, ongoing classes for youth, adults, and seniors, master classes with the guest artist, and they also present annual theatrical programs. And the main proposal here is for the Nutcracker, the flamenco Nutcracker. It kind of reimagines the social classic history of Nutcracker from a Hispanic perspective in an engaging bilingual music, dance, and concerts for families. And this original work by Studio K Flamenco was premiered in 2020 with the support of the Wisconsin Arts Board. And they've requested for $5,000. And they have also planned to maintain a beautiful attendance for the members and their audience. Feedback sessions is very clearly chalked out, and they've included a sample survey in their supplemental materials as well.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, Sergio.
Yeah, so I will start by saying that it's quite clear that the master artists of this are very well trained in the work that they're doing, and they're very well accomplished in their work. But I'll be honest that I was a bit confused on kind of the direction of this project and kind of the entire premise of the Flamenco Nutcracker. I think it kind of boils down to how the application does or does not define this concept of, as it refers to, a Hispanic perspective, and some error there in referring to Hispanic with a lowercase h. It kind of comes back to the earlier conversation we had about Eau Claire's project and just being very specific about the cultural traditions that it's going to be working within. If Latino is vague, Hispanic is even more vague. And so I'd like to see a lot more clarification on what the Hispanic perspective, as the application refers to, what that actually is. I was also kind of unclear on what community participation would actually look like, specifically in the planning and development of this project. I'm not sure how this is actually anchored in Milwaukee's Latinx community, and more importantly, its particular histories. I think the fact that it's a new organization that's, or at least new to Milwaukee organization, kind of brings out really quite a bit throughout the application. And so I would have liked to have seen quite a bit more engagement with Milwaukee's Latino community, and not just kind of this vague reference to Hispanic perspectives.
Thank you very much for that feedback. Anybody else have questions, comments, concerns, feedback?
I hear Sergio's point with that. I think that, like, the thing that this is a application that was the last time I was on the panel, they applied as well, and I saw, that their program went really well, it seems, and that they do things at a really high level, and their artistic quality and production value is really high. And it seems like they are, managing to reach the community in some kind of meaningful way. So, it assuages me on some of those points with it being a new organization to the area, and this point of, like, is the Flamenco Nutcracker really, like, the most, relevant to the particular Milwaukee Latinx community. So I guess, I feel comfortable with it because it has this track record and it has this, like, high artistic value, but I think maybe that's, like, something, to look at for the future, like what kind of, rather than just importing the program that were already doing in San Francisco into Milwaukee because it's successful, can they think in the future for other projects that they come to us for funding, of coming up with something that is rooted in Milwaukee, and is coming out of that community more. So yeah, I think that this is a great organization, a well-planned project, but, like, maybe we would like to see a different kind of production in the future. Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else? Josh or Kripa?
This is with regards to the scoring, so I'll probably wait for the others to finish and ask my question.
Okay, Josh?
I was just going to comment on in the budget, they have budgeted, they're expecting like $10,000 to come in with admissions. which I was just curious, like what level of fee they're charging for their admissions and how they've thought about, like, because they talked about they did this last year, but they couldn't really admit people in because of COVID. If they're expecting a quarter of their budget for this to be paid for through admissions, I'm just wondering what they're anticipating if, come the holiday season, they're not able to host these performances the way that we all want to be able to, how they're planning to make up for that lost revenue they're planning on from admissions. But.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to the scoring part of this. So Kripa, did you have a question that's related to this? Yes.
Yes, I think I made a big mistake. Before I could, preserve this on the initial scoring, it went to the final. So is there a way I can go and score? I haven't given my scores yet. It's a question for Dale or probably.
Yeah, let me look, and Dale might.
I'm sorry.
No, don't worry.
You want it to be right, so glad you bring it up.
So
Dale has unmuted himself.
Yeah, I'm trying to go to the home panelist and try to get the application back. I don't know how to do that.
So it should be once you've, and let me, I can kind of emulate.
So you submitted, Kripa, is that it?
That was a mistake, Dale. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just hit submit by mistake and it just went to the final review.
So.
If you preferred me sending an email format, I can do that as well.
Dale, I'm not sure if there's a status that if we can bump it back once it's in final review.
It should have been initial review. Is that correct?
It was in initial review, and Kripa hit submit before she was finished with the final review. But I don't see.
I think I just returned it to initial review. Can you refresh your screen now, Kripa, and try?
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dale. Thank you.
Dale is here. Thanks, Dale.
You.
And once we have all of those initial reviews, please go ahead and, take a break, stretch, take a walk around. I think we will give it 10 minutes. So let's say 10:43, we'll come back for the discussion, and Dale will have those scores ranked and averaged and ranked for us.
Wonderful. All right, see you guys in 10.
So Dale, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah, it says the record is locked. Is there any way to unlock the record? Because I'm not able to score.
Does it say who it's locked by?
It says it's checked out by Dale Johnson, April 23rd, 10:33 a.m. This record is locked.
Okay, I guess doing that locked it. I just left the record. Can you refresh and try now?
Sure. Oops, it's still saying the same.
It's still saying it's locked?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, isn't that interesting? And you've reloaded your page?
I did, yeah. I just refreshed it. I'm trying again. Let's try again. 1 second. Yeah, it still says it's locked. Would you prefer me emailing it to you or the scores?
Yeah, you certainly can do that.
Okay.
we'll need to still get it in here, and it should free up. I don't know why it's taking a while.
Yeah. Or I can wait, whatever you prefer, Dale. If you want me to wait until I'll try refreshing it periodically and see.
Yeah, but I need your score now too, so
Okay.
We
perhaps you
might,
can just
could Kripa, could you put your scores in the chat? I don't think that
Yeah.
would be visible. Dale, is that
Okay.
correct? I don't think that observers
I could-
could see.
Yeah, I can do that.
Would that work, Dale? Does that work?
sure. Yeah, as long as I can get
Okay.
them and put them in the spreadsheet here.
Sure. Give me a second.
I'd forgotten to grab my breakfast. So
I'm glad you got a snack. I know, I'm like, oh man, well, I guess we'll take a break at 12:30, but it's a quick one.
you could eat this.
It looks like chia seeds or something. What's in there?
It's rolled oats, chia seeds, flax seeds, cacao nibs,
Sounds great. Did you do them overnight?
cherries. Yeah, cherries, turmeric, cinnamon, and a little bit of salt.
That sounds great.
Yes, I do it overnight.
I like them that way. Dale, how are we doing on scores? Did you get everything you needed?
Yeah,
Great.
put the PDF on my desktop and now I can't find it. Where'd it go? Too many things on my desktop, I guess.
Well, I'm watching the Shuttered Venue world as I'm doing this as well, since the TCG Theater Communication Group Forum is very active.
Oh yeah.
The Finance Director Forum. So I've been multitasking, trying to stay up on that. So I'm prepared for that tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I still find it so strange they're doing it on a Saturday and they're standing by it. But we don't have a FAQ, although they say, question you, this answer is, they put the new user guide out and link back to the FAQ, but the FAQ is the old FAQ, not the new, that they haven't released yet. So we're still waiting for some clarification on stuff.
Dale, when you find that document on your desktop, please go ahead and share it.
Yeah.
I didn't realize, Caitlin, that Phil had turned the heat off up here, and my hands were so cold, and I was like, oh my God.
Freezing you out.
So I just cranked the heat.
You're roughing it today, Brian.
I feel pretty good if this is roughing it.
Yeah.
Okay, Caitlin, it's in the chat. Would you like me to share my screen as well?
Yeah, that would be great. It's asking me to download it first. So if you're able.
Let's see how large I can get it here first.
Great. Thanks, Dale. Once Kripa and Saliana are back, I will.
I'm back.
There's Kripa and there's Saliana. Great. So these are great work. First off, everyone, these are your averaged and ranked scores. So at this point, we ask that you take a look at these scores and determine if you think that there's a place where you'd like to set a floor. So beneath that point, any recommendations beneath that point would not be recommended for funding. Dale, we sort of see the, oh, thank you. He's gonna make that one bigger. Maybe. Dale, we can sort of see your Excel sheet here rather than the PDF. Oh, I see I see what you were doing.
Yep.
Do you want to swap those out real quick, Dale?
Which one am I sharing? I got the wrong one.
Sharing
The PDF. Yep.
So if you open up that Excel one again, then it shows the 1, 2, 3, 4. That
I actually meant to share the PDF, but I realized I had left initials in there, which
exactly. But I think everyone, can you guys all see this well
think
enough
if we-
on your screen?
Just make it a little bigger.
Yeah,
Can you zoom in?
I'm sure I can. Just figure it out here.
Go to view.
Yeah. Great.
Beautiful. Thank you, Dale.
So like I said, yeah, give
Yep,
these,
there we go.
there we go. Thanks, Dale.
Perfect.
Give these averages a look, and if anyone, feels strongly, please go ahead and start the conversation, and we're just looking for consensus on this recommendation.
I can start the conversation.
Sure, please.
I feel like all 6 of the applications should be funded. I think they, I think each of them has some weaknesses and some flaws, but I think in across the board, I thought they were all fairly strong applications, and I don't think that there's a significant enough of like a drop off in the points anywhere or anything that yeah, so I think we should fund all 6 of them.
How do others feel?
I think so too, Caitlin. I see a positive in every single thing, and I feel like they should all get their funding.
I agree.
Yeah, I'll just I'll jump in and say yes. Point of clarification here, since this is my first time, is the conversation about how is the conversation made about the request number? Are we just deciding on whether or not they get funded?
Yeah, we won't ask you to deal with the dollar amounts, but the funding will very likely reflect the averages there, so the scores that you provided. And it sounds like there's consensus right off the bat about recommending all 6 for funding. Great.
Right.
Good work, everyone. That was nice and quick. So at this point, we will take a little bit of time, and we can do more of this in the second evaluation piece. But feedback about the process, the creative communities in particular, the applications that you saw, applications that were or weren't in the mix, parts of Sally, I know you mentioned a few times, just the flipping between all of the documents and materials, thoughts on, from a review panelist perspective, thoughts on the process. I would love any of that.
Well, I think, flipping through the documents is what it is in some ways. But one issue I did have, though, when people had like the video section, and I emailed you about this regarding one of the applications that I was the reader on, I can't get those videos that are like embedded in the application to play. I don't know how I do that. And yeah, is there something I'm missing? It appears to me as like a PDF kind of thing, and I can't click on the video and play it.
I do
If
not
it's
think
a
it's
link.
anything.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I
I
don't think.
would say some of them that were supposed to be like embedded with players inside the
Yes.
system didn't work, and you had to download it. And
Oh, interesting.
Okay, I missed doing that. Yeah, so when we get to that person that I emailed you about, Caitlin, if we could take a minute and I can see that video.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I wasn't able to see that.
Yeah. And like I said, I don't think that's anything you're missing. I think that's a, one of the flaws or challenges of the system. So that's good to note. And Dale and I can sort of follow up with the grant system folks and see, how we can make those materials most accessible. Sergio, I'm curious, as a first time, reviewer, and Kripa as well, from the perspective of, and more in the apprenticeship program, but as an applicant, thoughts on the review process and the applications that
For
you
me,
reviewed?
it was like, it was a beautiful experience to be able to review all the applications and to learn that there's so much happening in Wisconsin. so many different areas. Like I was asking Caitlin, okay, does this qualify under folk arts? For me to be able to determine, okay, this comes under, a particular segment, itself took me a time to absorb and kind of learn about all the fascinating art forms that we are surrounded with. And I was completely blown away by many of the artists who had submitted their proposals. And to me, every single thing seemed very interesting, and it was hard for me to pick on a negative. So
yeah, the two things I'll say is in the first half, as we did the creative communities section, it was nice to see kind of the diversity in terms of geography, as there was a kind of a pretty decent mix, which I don't think was as well represented in the apprenticeship program. There seems to be a lot heavier Madison area focus there. The other thing I'll say as a first-time reader that I need to do a better job of partitioning out my time, especially at the end of the academic semester here. So there was a lot of reading to do very quickly. So.
And it is a huge ask, and we are so appreciative of the time that I know you all committed to these. So thank you. And I hear you. We usually recommend, take one and start there and sort of try to figure out, gauge what it's going to take to do, all 6, or in the case of the apprenticeship, all 13.
No, I remember you saying that, Caitlin. What I meant to say is I should have listened to you.
Fine. That's great though. And Sally Ann or Josh, any thoughts about
Caitlin, that's recorded. Just so you know, that's recorded.
I'll take that on the record.
I mean, I would just say, and you probably know what I'm going to say because I think I talked about it before, but it's just, we're asking a lot from the applicants. Like there's a lot of information we're requesting. And so I just, it's something I understand in my role at a state arts agency. It's like, you have to have that information, but you also know that like, maybe asking that much is scaring away some newer applicants or organizations that are just getting started and don't necessarily have that knowledge of institutions and how this whole like grants and nonprofit world works. So I worry about, scaring away, newer organizations or smaller organizations. But so, yeah, I know that it's a tricky thing that we have to get that information, but it's just something that I feel like I have to keep mentioning. It's like, how can we make this an easier, less painful process for the applicants?
And I appreciate that perspective from someone else at a state arts agency, and to know, what your process is like. And we should continue that conversation, because we don't want the expectation to be that in order to apply, you have to have a grant writer on staff or something like that. So that's helpful, Josh. Saliana, any other thoughts on the Creative Communities applications?
No, I was just gonna say great geographic spread. Of course, that was already said. So yeah, I'm happy that when I read through all of them, I didn't see any real outliers. So I'm glad that we've recommended them all for funding. So that was my inclination. So
great. Well, thank you all. Great work. And we will continue on into the Folk Arts apprenticeship applications. And Brian and I will do another kind of much quicker scripted orientation for this piece as well.
All right, let's get on with it. This panel is now going to review, turn their review to the Folk Arts Apprenticeship Program applications. Folk Arts Apprenticeships are designed to strengthen and preserve Wisconsin's diverse cultural traditions by supporting direct passage of knowledge and skills embedded in traditional arts. In contrast to the Creative Communities program, these applications are from individual artists. All requests and awards are for the set amount of $3,500. Handwritten as well as electronically submitted applications are accepted, and the mode of application should not affect the evaluation of the application. The aims and objectives of the Folk Arts Apprenticeship Program. Apprenticeships involve art forms that are rooted in a community where they have value and a traditional place. Any folk or traditional art forms carried on by members of any of Wisconsin's various cultural communities are eligible for support. These cultural communities may be based on shared ethnicity, language, religion, occupation, recreational pursuit, foodways, or geographic region.
Great. And the criteria, you will evaluate each application based on the purpose and goals of the apprenticeship program, and specifically on the criteria areas outlined on the Common and Scoring Form. These these criteria give priority to apprenticeships that will help to ensure the continuation of a traditional art form in the community where it has value and a traditional place, and instruction in art forms that are in danger of being lost or that help to preserve an endangered language. And I don't think it's mentioned here, but there's also that urgency criteria that's in your scoring sheet. Scoring and recommendations. You will be asked to score each application individually. These will be from 1 to 100 as based on the review criteria. Again, you will submit your final reviews in the Smart Simple system, just adding those numerical scores, and staff will average those scores. You will then receive those totals at the end of the review session. If any application receives less than 50 points, it is automatically taken out of consideration for a grant this year. You will then look at the ranking in the same way we did with Creative Communities to identify whether or not you see any natural breaks, and if there's a spot where you would recommend setting the floor beneath which no applications will be recommended for funding. Do we have any questions before we begin this piece?
No? Okay, and I'm just going to preface this with, I apologize to anyone on this Zoom call or watching it on YouTube as a recording if I mispronounce your name. Some of these are a little more challenging for me. So, all right, well, let's begin. We have Eric Anang from Madison. First reader is Sally Ann, and second was Iris, so we'll have Caitlin step in at that. So if you want to take over, Sally Ann.
Sure. So this is Eric Anang and Frank Norty, or Norte. Eric is an established Ghanaian coffin maker. He's, has traditional education in Ghana and had a shop in Ghana, but he is also become kind of institutionally known here in Wisconsin. He was a resident at UW, artist in residence, and he's currently a resident in the Bubbler program, which is the Madison Public Library program. So he's, become really known and established and respected in that way. And Frank is a fine art painter who has an ongoing relationship with Eric. He's visited Eric's shop in Ghana, and he has helped Eric with painting some of the coffins. So this apprenticeship is going to be to instruct Frank in the construction of coffins, the woodworking kind of side of things. And they are both from the Ga tribe of Ghana. So they have this, common root. Yes, the product of the apprenticeship is going to be a coffin, and they said probably a whale. So that'll be interesting to see. And their planned public presentation, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, was to have a showing at Eric's studio. I have to relook at that one again. Maybe just, yeah, I'll move on and refresh my memory on that. I wrote budget and work plan makes sense. And I would have liked to see more detail about the public presentation. And I'm trying to figure out trying to refresh myself on what they had said would be that public presentation. But one interesting thing I noted, I like that. So Eric is based in Madison, but Frank is from Richland Center, which is a small town in western Wisconsin, southwestern Wisconsin. And I like that, building that rural urban flow in the local African diaspora, because there's becoming a stronger, significant West African community in Madison, Ghanaian community. But seeing that Ghanaian community like reaching out to people living in the smaller towns as well, and establishing that that presence in those smaller towns. And I've done a lot of work with Somali people, and I don't pretend to know what brings Frank to Richland Center, but I know in a lot of other African diaspora communities, like the Somali community, if they often go to rural areas where they can work in like food processing or factories and things like that, and they end up somewhat isolated from the larger community that might be, for in this case, the Somali community is in Minneapolis. So I think it's cool to see that, this communication between Ghanaian communities in the urban center and the Ghanaian community, in more rural areas. So I thought that was really interesting.
Wonderful.
I will share Iris's thoughts on the strengths and weakness. So she felt that the work samples provided showed the skill level of the master artist and the apprentice, and that the apprentice seemed highly committed to learning these skills and the trade under Eric's direction. She did think that it would have been helpful to see a little more detailed breakdown of the supplies listed in the budget section, and says, I understand that this was learned and practiced by the master artist's grandfather. However, it was unclear to me that if this design coffin, if the practice, that's widely, how it's practiced in Wisconsin here. So I was not sure whether the apprentice continues to explore and share this art form. So maybe after the apprenticeship wraps up, will the apprentice continue practicing? And otherwise, what a unique art form that really shows the significance and cultural importance of celebrating the life of the deceased. And with that, I will open it up for discussion.
And I just wanted to add, I did look at the public presentation, which I was blanking. It says we will have an event in or outside the Thurber studio, which is his artist in residence studio right now. And I guess, I had noted that I would have liked to see more detail about what that public presentation was going to entail. And with the rural urban flow thing, I thought it would be really cool if they brought a public presentation to Richland Center. So maybe that's something to think about.
That's great. And those, I'll say too, before I open it up, that especially given the last year, we say, those plans are pretty flexible. So that's a great recommendation at this point to make. Would you consider moving or having another showcase in Richland Center? So that's really helpful. So, and I'll open it up.
I can go next. Yeah, I think this is like a beyond fascinating art form. I think it's like super interesting to me, and it's really beautiful work. And sort of my main question that is like what Iris mentioned in her notes, as well as like how traditional is this? And he talks about how his grandfather sort of invented this tradition, and it seems like it's sort of become a family tradition. And I thought I'd mention that the first time I served on this panel and Eric applied, and I feel like he provided a lot more of that contextual information in that previous application. And so I don't know if I'm supposed to bring that prior knowledge in or not, but I felt like last time I had a lot more understanding of that context. And so I feel like that they make a good case for it becoming a tradition that's worth supporting through this art program. The only other thing I'd mention is they, in their work plan, they talk about meeting 3 times a month for 3 months. And I didn't know if the only 3 months was considered long enough of a commitment for this grant or not. But in general, I think it's a great application.
Wonderful. Any other feedback from Kripa?
When I went through this application, what made me what I thought in my heart was how noble this could be for an artist to be able to design coffins to honor the life of deceased. And I strongly feel nothing can give more contentment to the family of the deceased than seeing their loved one rest in peace. And one thing that I also noticed that would the time that's listed, that's stated on the proposal, is that enough time for the apprentice to work with the master artist to be able to put a huge project like this together? It feels like there's a lot of work involved in the technicalities and the designing of the coffin, etc. So I just would be very interested to know the process in which they are kind of chalking out a plan to do this work. That's all. But it's a beautiful, noble project. I just loved it.
Thank you very much.
I'll reiterate what my co-panelists have already said. I think this is going to come up a few times in our morning here, but the work samples were really beautiful, and it was just nice to see the examples that were presented here. To the point here about the significance to the community, I wonder if this is kind of an area where the applications might be a little bit better worded, because one of the things I was also left wondering was kind of the impact or more information about the Ghanaian community in Madison and Wisconsin. And I don't know if that's really the role of the applicant to provide more of, but I think if they could provide some of that information, it might help us contextualize a little bit more, not just the cultural impact within the specific Ghanaian community, but within the Wisconsin or the Madison Ghanaian community. So that would be really helpful as we think about this as a state initiative.
That's great. Thank you.
All right, my internet is saying it's being unstable, so if I disappear, just as a prerequisite, I will be back. But all right, well, if no further comments, no, he's received them. We'll move on to the next.
Okay, looks like they're all here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dale. And again, I apologize for any mispronunciation of names. Next up, we have Kofi Zoe Dogbevi from Madison. Josh is the first reader and Sergio is the second reader. So take us away, Josh.
Yeah, thank you. I will also apologize for my pronunciation of the names. But Kofi is based in Madison, and he is planning to work with his apprentice to teach 2 styles of West African drumming, which are the bobo and talking drums, which I enjoyed learning about these 2 different styles. The bobo is it sounds like sort of like a really energetic style of playing that is popular with young people and played during weddings and family events and that sort of thing. And the other style, talking drums, is a style that's used to communicate like major events like the death of a king or announcing the arrival of a king or different things like that, which is very fascinating. I thought that for strengths for this application, I think it's really interesting that the master artist learned this traditionally, first observing drummers who came to play for his grandfather, who was a king and would sort of have different traveling groups of drummers come and perform for him. And so he sort of learned by observing this tradition, like in its, intact form, which is really interesting. He has also taught through this program in the past and appears to be recognized by his community, the diaspora community in Wisconsin, as a master of the art form. And I thought it was a another strength is that they're both from a very similar cultural background. They're both from Togo, and they both speak the same language, and now they're both part of that same diasporic community in Wisconsin. And weaknesses, I thought that the work samples they provided were functional, but additional work samples could have been useful, especially from The Apprentice. But like, while recognizing that The Apprentice does have a low level of experience with the tradition, but he talks about you know, his family back in Togo all knowing how to play the talking drum, and so he's wanting to learn and sort of connect with his family members in that way, which is great. So yeah, so those are my initial comments for this application.
So just for secondary comments here, I'll just reiterate everything Josh said. That's in line with what I saw here. I was really impressed with the fact that the apprenticeship program will include 2 different styles, which would be, you know, surmountable work to do. The thing that was really kind of admirable to see about Kofi the Apprentice was the fact that it seemed that he'd kind of gone through the ranks to get to this stage, right? And so the master artist had talked about kind of the dedication he'd shown when showing up to these initial events and starting off by singing and playing the bell and kind of moving up to the drum. And so it seems like he's really put in the work to get to this. And so there's no reason to believe that he wouldn't be able to continue that through this apprenticeship program. The one thing I'll note is the budget was sparse, but it seems like it was pretty straightforward. And so I don't know if that's, you know, if that's how a lot of the apprenticeship programs are a lot more straightforward than the Creative Communities program that we just looked at. So.
Yeah, good question. It's often, most often the biggest chunk of the request is the artist time. So it's pretty straightforward there. And then any supplies or travel.
Thank you.
Good question.
And one last comment that I like that they are making plans for their public performance to play on the Togo's Independence Day, which I thought was a fantastic idea.
Okay, Saliana, I saw you on mute.
Yeah, in general, I love this. Kofi was one of the applicants last time around, and his apprentice, Eve, I think. I remember there being some question about, oh, isn't she kind of young to be an apprentice? But you know, I wanted them to get the funding, and we did that, and I'm so glad to see that like has come full circle. And I was really happy to see the work sample where Eve is featured there, Eva, excuse me. And it was really nice to watch that and see that come to fruition. And you know, Kofi is obviously like master Ewe drummer. I loved watching his other video. I sat and watched the Africa Fest video for a while. One red flag that I had, or maybe not red flag, but like his hourly rate was really high on the master artist fees. And I would have liked to see that hourly rate lower and the hours put into the apprenticeship higher. Most of the apprentice masters were giving like 40 to 50 hours, and they're proposing 20, and then he's getting an hourly rate of $175, which, yeah, I think about maybe like 40 hours and then bring that hourly rate down to something a little more reasonable. I definitely want to back this project, but I saw that and I was like, really? You know, so I guess I would encourage them to think about how they're using their time and maybe give a little more time to the apprenticeship. Yeah.
All right, any additional feedback?
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed watching Kofi's sample videos, and I thought it was a very high caliber. And the fact that he observed his grandfather and learned this art form by watching and being in an environment where there is so much of musicality around him, I think no wonder he's so good today. Rather than paying your fee for an hourly setting and learning it from a master in a traditional way, I guess this was very interesting to see how he was watching and learning and imbibing this art form, and it clearly proves on his videos. So like Sally pointed out, yeah, I thought so too. So I think she covered it all. So that's taken care of. Thank you.
Okay. If you guys all want to go ahead and score, and then we'll move on once we hear from Dale.
Okay, all the scores are in. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Okay, up next we have Meenakshi Ganesan from Verona, and first reader is Kripa, and second is Saliana. So if you want to begin, Kripa, that'd be great.
Yeah. So Meenakshi Ganeshan is an experienced artist based in Madison, Wisconsin. And she propagates and practices Bharatanatyam, which is one of the oldest and richest classical Indian art form that primarily originated in the southern part of India. And today it's celebrated across the globe. And it has the roots dating back to 4,000 years BC. And several members in the Indian community, be it children or the adults, connect with their roots through learning this most cherished art form. And it certainly is a stress reliever, and it is practiced by several hundreds in the Wisconsin community itself. And the master artist, Meenakshi Ganeshan, seems to have learned this art form in a culturally appropriate way since her 6 years old. And she's been performing and teaching in the community very actively. And the master artist has given over 1,000 performances across the world. And she seems to be a very dedicated artist, connected very well in the cultural community in Wisconsin. And even during the pandemic, I see that she has given a lot of performances digitally. And she also is a co-founder or a creator for a digital platform showcasing cultural arts during this 1 year of the pandemic session. And her apprentices are budding artists who are very interested in learning the art form under the master artist. And the artist seems very confident about teaching them a repertoire. They've all finished learning one repertoire, and according to her notes, it says that she would like to work on them to further enhance their skills and teach them more advanced technique in Bharatanatyam. And the master artist seems like she's been working with these artists since 5 years. They were 5 years old, all these apprentices. And she's known, I think one of the apprentices is known to her for the past 20 years. Everything seems very beautiful about this artist, and she's been on the Wisconsin Folk Arts Apprenticeship in the past as well and done a very beautiful job. So I completely see that we should go for it. But the only question I had was, we see an apprentice from Illinois. So my question was, are candidates from Illinois allowed to participate in the Wisconsin Folk Arts Apprenticeship? So that's something that needs to be addressed at the technical level. Thank you.
That's a great question, Kripa. And I probably missed that. I know we used to ask birthplace, and I'm not sure if I think I tried to nix that question. So let me look quickly. We did have an application. It was a Hmong storytelling application last year where the apprentice was going to be in Minnesota. And we basically landed on what's a border essentially, but that's harder for state, for a state apprenticeship program. But
didn't we do this as well, Caitlin, between the UP? Didn't we have this 1 year with someone in on the Land O'Lakes side and someone on the border of the UP.
Well, that sounds really familiar. So probably, I think that if it were that the instructing artists were outside of Wisconsin, that would not be eligible. But and I will double check with our executive director on this. But my gut is that as long as it seems feasible, that the work plan seems feasible, that the travel is doable. I don't think that it would be considered ineligible. But that's a great question, and we could always sort of, if you felt strongly about it, move forward depending on the scores and say, we recommend this for funding with this caveat that
I would absolutely love to recommend, because I saw the work samples and I was very impressed. So the only question I had was the rules, which I was not sure of. And thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, that's a great question. Good attention to detail there.
Okay, Saliana.
Yes. So yeah, looks great to me. I was, looking to Kripa to be kind of the true judge of the, artistic and traditional quality of this art form, and she's giving her blessing on that. So that's awesome. Looks beautiful to me. Meenakshi is obviously a recognized master both in the U.S. and in India. And I also like that she's been active with virtual performances. I also noted the thing about the apprentice from Illinois, although I remember this from the Indian dance applications from last year, that there were several. I remember that I thought I remembered several from coming from the Chicago area. It seems like there's a lot of movement back and forth, people traveling up from Northern Illinois, Chicago suburbs to learn from masters in Wisconsin. So, do with that what you will, I suppose. But yeah, she's an established mentor in this program, so that's great. And her students, I liked that her students, they emphasized some of the performances they've had at public outreach events. I think that's in the spirit of this grant. I guess one thing I would note is what is it that's, and maybe this is in general for these applications from people who are already working closely with with their master artist. What is new or unique about you being part of this program? So obviously these students are having an ongoing relationship with Meenakshi. During the apprenticeship period, what is new or unique about that, as opposed to the regular instruction they would be receiving from the master? And I guess in particular, I was thinking about the public presentation. Is there a way, how is the public presentation after this apprenticeship, this folk arts apprenticeship, different from a regular recital they would give of this classical dance? So I just would encourage, them to think about, what makes Wisconsin Arts Board mentorship, apprenticeship in Indian classical dance unique from, the lessons they would be receiving, otherwise. Yeah, how does it inform it?
Okay, thank you. Sergio.
Yeah, so first, I just want to say that how lucky is the state of Wisconsin to have such an accomplished master artist in our ranks. If I ever do anything 1,000 times, I would make sure I tell everyone that I've done it, because this is really something else. And the fact that Meenakshi has done it in so many different places, so that's really admirable. And the number of apprentices she's already worked with is really something else. The only thing that I'll point out that we haven't discussed is on the final public presentation. I don't know if it's a typo, but she knows that it'll be in May 2021, and I'm guessing they meant May 2022. And again, I'd like further information of what that presentation would look like, as Saliana was talking about. I mean, it's fine if it is just a recital, but where it would be and who's the audience, and because I think we're seeing that in a lot of the other applications, that'll be more explicit about what the presentation would look like.
Thank you. Any other feedback? Josh?
I don't know that I have much anything unique to add beyond what's been said. I think it's a great application. I think Sally Anna's point about what distinguishes what's learned under this program from their regular work together is a good question to think about. And and it's sort of like I noticed they're planning to meet 4 times a week, which seems like a lot to me, but I didn't know if that was one-on-one with each person, each apprentice 1 time a week, or all the entire group getting together 4 times a week, or what that looks like. Yeah, I mean, they all seem extremely devoted and dedicated to practicing from, which is fantastic.
Josh, if I can answer that question, I was looking at the application and it says she would be doing it virtually due to the pandemic with all the 4 apprentices. And towards the end of the program, as things get better, she's going to meet up with the apprentices one-on-one to just clarify. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if you guys want to go ahead and score, and we'll wait for Dale to let us know when everything is received. Caitlin, do you know if it's Andrea?
Andrea
Andrea, thank you.
Herkert. Yep.
Feel free, once I say it, if you're aware of what it is, just to correct the pronunciation so that we're all maybe
I've
saying.
tried to unmute a few times and then we dive right into conversation. So I will do that. Thank you.
What I'll do is I think we'll leave a little space and you can either nod or put your finger up if.
Sounds good.
Just want to be respectful to folks' names.
Okay, all the scores are in.
Thank you, Dale. Next up, we have Andrea Herkert from Belleville. Iris was to be the first reader, so we'll have Caitlin take her notes, and Josh is the second. So take it over, Caitlin.
Great. Yeah, Andrea Herkert in Belleville, Wisconsin. Rose Malling artist. Iris notes, this is a Norwegian traditional art form. The master artist has experience. She learned from her mother practicing this art form, and it was passed on sort of in her household. Apprentices have had experience in this art form as well. Andrea, apprenticed at one point and now has become transitioned into this master artist position. And they've worked with Andrea in the past, which she notes as a strength. Each apprentice seems to be dedicated to the art form, as they said, has experience working with Andrea as well as teaching. And she notes that if one has the ability to explain the concept of their craft, they are at a good skill level, but also still teachable. So it seems like the apprentices are in a good place to study under Andrea. Weaknesses, she says, I'm not sure that I have any recommendations that would strengthen the proposal. So I will pass it to Josh.
Yeah, let me pull this up. Yeah, so I mean, this is a very strong application. They included lots of information, almost too much information to read through all of it. But I think Andrea is really well recognized by the community as a master Rose Mahler, and really, I think, recognized across the upper Midwest as well. I think she's been, recognized as a teacher. She's, Caitlin, I don't know if you know off the top of your head how many times she's served as a master artist, but I think a number of times.
I think I want to say 3 to 4, and then served as an apprentice before that.
Yeah. So she knows what she's doing as a teacher. She's recognized, by the community. some, and honestly, for like weaknesses for the application, both the apprentices seem like they're already at like a pretty high level of skill. And I know there's always, always more to learn, and different styles of rosemawing you can study, and all of this. But to me, that marks it as something that is like maybe slightly less urgent. One, because the apprentices are already at such a high level of skill, and two, because rosemawing is so popular and commonly practiced, especially in Wisconsin, after being more or less revived a few decades ago. I think it seems like there's a lot of practitioners of the art form. So really, I would say that the main thing is that it feels like it may be slightly less of urgent of an application, but the application itself is really well written, great work samples. The apprentices seem very dedicated.
Thank you, Josh. Does anybody else have feedback on this one?
Like Josh said, everything seems exceptional about Andrea's proposal. A very strong applicant, and it's amazing to see the number of things that she has achieved and done in this art form. And both the apprentice and the master artist seem to be very skilled, and good luck to them.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'll say something. Yeah, I thought this was a great application. Lost my. One thing I liked knowing rosemawing. I liked the work sample from one of the apprentices of this telemark bowl or plate with the speak kindness phrases. That's like a traditional thing in Norwegian rosemawing, that you write like phrases or prayers or whatever. And I like that she is doing kind of a spin on that by, writing an English phrase that has this like positive sort of phrase in English. I thought that was kind of a innovation on tradition. When it comes to rosemawing, something that has, there's already so much work done. I like to see people innovating on it in some way. I think their goal, when people say like that, they're already so advanced, their goal is probably to become Vesterheim gold medalists, because that's kind of its own world. That takes a high level of achievement. So that's probably what they're going for ultimately. And one thing I noted in my feedback as like something to, something to think about, is they talk about the public presentation about presenting in Iola, Scandinavia. That's awesome. And I, as a member of the Norwegian American community, I am always feeling like with rosemawing artists that I want to say, like, think about teaching it to younger people too, because when I see a lot of these artists, it skews older, and I think that has to do with how the Vesterheim gold medalists view like mastery. Like, you're a master when you've been through this life of doing this work, these many years, and I respect that. But like with like the public presentation, that could be an opportunity to be teaching this to younger generation as well. And so maybe they could think of the public presentation about having like a try it yourself station, where the apprentices could teach a simple motif to anyone that stops by and wants to learn. So yeah, be thinking about passing it on. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll just second Josh's statement that there was a lot in here, and quite some of it maybe was a little extra than was needed for it, but it was nice to learn about it. And listening to Saliana was also, I guess this is something I need to learn more about it in terms of a kind of a touchstone Wisconsin folk art tradition. I'll say my favorite part of the narrative came in the master artist section on how the practices enriches their life. And it's just kind of a very earnest few paragraphs there about how important this cultural tradition is to them. And so it really rang out not only as an important part of the master artist's life, but it's quite obvious that they're going to impart that to their apprentices through this program. So,
great, very much. Okay, well, if you guys want to go ahead and score this, and then we will move on to our next applicant.
Okay, I see all the scores. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dave. Geez, Dale. Next up, we have Steve Meisner from Whitewater. Sergio is the first reader and Kripa is the second. So take it away.
All right, so Steve Meisner from Whitewater's apprentice, Theodore Saplina from Madison. Their apprenticeship program is going to focus on polka music, specifically the American Slovenian style, played on the accordion. Steve Meisner has been practicing the American Slovenian style of accordion for quite some time. He plays the lead instrument in his band, and he provided quite a few links on the work samples, and you could just get lost on YouTube watching more and more performances, which I did as I was getting ready for today's conversation. Let's see. It's quite obvious that Steve is a master artist in this craft and has quite some expertise in playing the piano accordion. One of the other strengths that I really appreciated was to see that the apprentice Theodore has been engaged with learning the paddy accordion for some time, and not just as an artist, but also as a repairman, which is kind of an interesting wrinkle that we don't often, I would imagine, see in these applications. And one other thing that I thought was really neat was to see that the apprentice had practiced the accordion kind of beyond just the American Slovenian style of polka and kind of entering into Mexican conjunto music, which is really an underexplored aspect of thinking about interethnic musical ties in the state of Wisconsin, to think about like Mexican and European immigrant style musicals. The only real weakness, and I wouldn't call it a weakness, but more information I would have liked under the section on shared membership in a cultural community. Both of them kind of make vague references on their kind of connectedness in terms of cultural community, but there's never an explicit statement on that. I think The Apprentice made a reference to Wisconsin being a unique melting pot of cultures, which is kind of a cool idea to think about, but I was wondering what that actually meant to them in relationship to their work with the craft. And that is about it.
Wonderful. Kripa.
Yeah, so apart from Steve being an exceptionally talented artist, the fact that Ted and master artist Steve and their chemistry that they share, the fact that they've known each other for several years seems more interesting to me. And I'm sure when you are closely engaged with somebody at a closer level, it's going to be a unique experience when you're teaching an apprentice who you've known for several years. And the apprentice seems to be a long-term fan of Steve, which is, again, interesting to me. And the whole music, I was just looking at from one video to the other on YouTube, and I was just blown away by the quality of music that Steve plays. Just my jaw dropped. So I was completely floored. And I would say a big yes, a green flag for this project.
Yes, Steve notes in his application that they travel hundreds and thousands of miles to enjoy Meisner music.
Yes.
Wonderful. Any other feedback on this applicant?
I agree with everything that's been said. I also would just commend Steve for, I remember, I think last year when he applied, one of the comments we had for his application was that he had like more sparse responses in his application. But I felt like this year he expanded his answers and provided a lot more of that contextual information that was really helpful as a panelist. So.
And there's the case in point for, people do listen to what you're saying. So it's really important that you do speak up and share, because it's only through that are people more aware of what they can do to improve their applications.
I think regarding this shared community, I put Steve and Ted are both part of the Wisconsin polka community. They don't seem to be particularly conscious of sharing an ethnic identity, although they are rooted in the same Central Eastern European musical tradition. I guess I'm just thinking about like when, there seems to be like a Euro-Wisconsin kind of accordion polka tradition sort of emerging. And I think that's kind of interesting because Steve plays in a Slovenian tradition, but he's, it seems like that has become kind of not secondary, but like, he's a polka guy, and he does Wisconsin polka music, and I think it's interesting to think about Wisconsin polka as being its own shared becoming its own shared community in some ways.
Wonderful. Okay, well, if there's no more feedback, if you guys want to go ahead and score this. Thank you, guys. Caitlin, is it Xianju?
I think it's Sunju.
Sunju, okay. Sunju O.
I noticed that her YouTube is Sun Tzu, so that's
Sunju, thank you.
Can I just say that the inclusion of YouTube videos, maybe one of the reasons it took me so long to get through applications, because you, like, especially
Rabbit hole.
Steve is the perfect case, right? And I'm like, have I seen him play somewhere, right? Because you start following the videos. I'm like, man, those halls start to look familiar. So
We have all the scores. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. All right, Sunju O is the next one from Shorewood. Iris was to be the first reader, and we will, I'm just sitting here, it's Sally Ann was the second reader, and we will move forward with Caitlin's feedback from Iris.
Great. And bear with me as well. I'm going to say Zhangli Jupki as the Korean folk art paper form. Paper craft that traditionally uses glue and isn't just one sheet of paper. So it's sort of the counterpart to the Japanese origami tradition. The strength Iris includes in this application is the skill level of the apprentices and the master artist, in addition to their desire to learn and study under Sunju, and it comes through in the application. And again, this is short and sweet, but she says that there are no identifiable weaknesses to her in this application. So I'll pass it to Sally.
Let's see. So kind of read what I wrote here. So this the style of paper folding is traditional to Korea, and it's recognized officially by the Korean government. And it seems that Sunju has taken an official master teacher certification in South Korea. Her work samples were lovely, obviously highly skilled, and her apprentices are well on their way. Apprentices are Johanna, American Korean adoptee from Wisconsin, and Yoonjin, a Korean-born mother who recently moved to Wisconsin from Nevada, I believe. Both apprentices are committed to strengthening their personal connections to the Korean diaspora and to growing and participating in the Korean community in the Milwaukee area. I like that this apprenticeship focuses on teaching apprentices who are trying to rediscover their cultural roots and pass along Korean language and traditions to new generations. I think that there are other people around the apprentices, like Yoonjin's sons, who will benefit from the partnership. Since she's an experienced teacher, I'm confident that Sunju will execute a successful apprenticeship. She states in that her curriculum is based around learning the skills and techniques needed to earn a traditional paper art teacher certification in South Korea. She lists several different styles of paper art and associated techniques such as glue making that Yoonjin and Johanna will learn. However, I found some of the specifics of the work plan lacking. How often will the apprentices meet? Will they be instructed together or work on the same kinds of projects simultaneously, or will they work individually? There could also have been more information about what the public presentation will look like and how it will engage the Korean and non-Korean communities. That said, I like the idea of an exhibit at Arts at Large or a similar space, and I hope that can happen. This art form isn't particularly endangered given that it's officially recognized and supported by the South Korean government. However, it's somewhat novel in Wisconsin and the United States, where people are generally more familiar with origami and Japanese paper folding. Yeah, so in general, I thought it was great, well laid out, and yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak up, have feedback? Kripa?
Yeah, the master artist has worked in I studied in the Milwaukee, University of Wisconsin at Milwaukee, and she's taught in the Korean language school of Milwaukee for 13 years. And the fact that she strongly believes in passing on this beautiful craft to the next generation as a whole, and not just to the Korean Americans, seems very interesting to me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sergio, did you have something? Nope. Okay.
No, I'll just add the only thing that I would have liked to see, and I think as Sally Ann already mentioned, the final public presentation a little bit more fleshed out, but otherwise this is a nice application of the work samples, really interesting to see. So.
Thanks. And just as we're getting names, Sally, do you prefer being called Sally or Sally Anna?
I really don't have a preference. My official first name is Sally Anna, but you can call me Sally or anything.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we're getting everything right here. It's a little late in the day, but better late than never. Okay, Josh, do you have something?
I was just gonna say I agree with what's been said. I like Sally Anna said, I don't know of this art form being practiced widely in the United States, at least not anywhere that I'm familiar with. So it's cool to see it being taught.
Wonderful.
Yeah,
thank you.
We had last cycle, we had another Korean paper folding artist. I can't remember. I don't think that was the same person.
It was.
Yeah.
It was? Okay. And that one wasn't successful for a variety of reasons. So I'm happy to see this reapplication and yeah, something that is more successful. I guess one thing I would add, and this isn't really a criticism, I just, when there's these traditional art certifications, and I'm familiar with Norway, the Norwegian government has a robust system of diplomas that you can earn in different traditional arts, which is awesome. And I see that maybe South Korea has a similar system where you get this teacher certification. And I think that's awesome. I just, I guess, like, I want to make sure that I want to reiterate that, folk arts doesn't have to be necessarily like the teaching structure doesn't have to necessarily follow like an institutional framework. And I do think it's awesome to pay homage to that system in the country of origin. It's great that these governments have these programs. But I guess just think about like, what is the difference between institutional learning and folk learning, and how do those things intersect and not intersect? And I think keeping that in mind, especially in a situation where curriculum is based off of an established learning program in that art form is just good to think about. And it's not a criticism of this, but it comes to mind for me.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sally Anna. All right, if no more feedback, go ahead and put your final scores in. Wait to hear from Dale. Caitlin, is it smoots or smuts?
I'm not as sure on that one. I guess I thought smuts, but
thank you.
I haven't heard Jennifer say it, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all the scores are in.
Thanks, Dale. All right, next up we have Jennifer Smuts out of Elk Mound. Josh is the first reader and Sergio is the second reader, so take us away.
Okay, so Jennifer's at Elk Mound, like you said, applying to teach some South African foodways and culture to the apprentice. I think this is a new cultural form that hasn't been supported through this grant in the past, as far as I know. So it's nice to see new cultural forms applications coming in. I'd also say the apprentice seems very eager to learn and very interested in trying to connect with this South African culture that it seems like she has some connections to, which we can talk about more in a second. But she seems very interested and eager to try to take this on, which is great to see. In general, I found this application to be one of the harder ones for me to think about how to frame how I'm thinking about it, and even talking about it, it's difficult to sort of parse out these different elements in the application. One thing I was going to mention is that the master artist section is all written in the third person, which led me to wonder if the master artist contributed to the writing of the application, or if it was all from the apprentice writing the entire application. And so I wasn't sure that, I wasn't positive that I was hearing the master artist's voice in her portion of the application. I could be wrong on that. The master artist, she learned a lot of these foodways from like her grandmothers, her mother, and aunts. I was a little unsure. It sounded like she was from South Africa. I wasn't sure what her like ethnic community is. She left artist place of birth unanswered also, so I wasn't completely certain about that. In general, I felt like I wanted more information about the foodways that they're going to be working on specifically. Like what kinds of foods are they? Are they foods that originated from the Dutch culture that colonized South Africa, or do they have origins from like the original inhabitants of South Africa? In general, I felt like I needed more context about what these foods and the culture they'll be teaching. I just needed more context about that. The work samples, I think foodways, is a very difficult thing to provide work samples for. Photographs and all that only go so far. I wasn't sure, like the work samples from The Apprentice looked like they were just like recipes that she wanted to learn. And even the work samples from the master artist, I wasn't sure if they were like images from Google or if they were actual images that the master artist had prepared and provided. I couldn't discern that. Yeah, in general, the cultural community question, it sounds like the master artist is from South Africa, but the apprentice is not, but she has family who lives in South Africa. But I wasn't sure if that family were like Americans living abroad in South Africa, or if they were like ethnic Afrikaner, or what that situation was. I couldn't quite, I guess I struggled trying to piece that all together, and I needed a little bit more information on that. So.
Thank you for that, Sergio.
Yeah, so I think Josh is kind of helping us navigate some of the things that I was also feeling kind of the discomfort in some of the areas, which there were parts of the application that didn't really seem to, on one hand, answer some of the questions that were being asked, and on the other hand, really help us understand how this fits within the larger folk arts apprenticeship program. I won't belabor any of the points that Josh already made, which I think are really important ones. One of the positives, I was happy to see kind of a field trip, which was nice. I was kind of disappointed to see the field trip's going to be outside of Wisconsin. And that kind of gets to one of the larger points that sometimes these applications I've been seen missing, which is, what is the direct connection to this cultural community within the bounds of the state, right? Within the state's cultural traditions. And so I would have liked to have seen a little bit more engagement with what South African culture means within the context of Wisconsin. I really appreciated Josh's points about the ambiguity about what South African culture is, and kind of a stand-in Afrikaan culture for South African culture. And probably needs to be a little bit more engagement on that question within the narrative. the shared membership in a cultural community was also just really, really vague. And so I'd need to see quite a lot more information on that to really understand how this fits within the goals of this apprenticeship program.
Thank you for your feedback. Any other feedback, Kripa, Saliana?
Yeah. I felt the connectivity between music and food was interesting, but then when I was scrolling through the images of the, once exhibited or presented, Greek salad to me was confusing, and things like, some of the images that I see, like what they had mentioned before, what is the significance of South Africa and the particular dish that is exhibited? That's one of the lingering questions on my head as well. So I would have liked to see more explanation on the traditional values behind each and everything. Berry jam, for example, how it's connected to what the artist is trying to do is something that I would like to know more details about. Thank you.
Thank you, Kripa.
Yeah, I think this project is interesting and has potential, but it lacks direction. Yeah, so I guess first of all, kind of bouncing off of the points that I made in the last application, I would like to hear more about the master artist's traditional education in this food tradition through family and community, and less about her catering experience, which catering can totally be something that, traditional food is performed through. But I think that when it comes to showing your mastery within a tradition, I don't want to hear about that so much first. I would rather hear more detail about the connections with mother and grandmother and aunts through cooking, and the place of particular dishes in South African culture, in Afrikaner culture specifically, or connections to other ethnic groups in South Africa as well, if that's relevant here. So yeah, I think that that part of it, the traditional education part, could be thought about better and given more detail. Let's see. I would like to see cooking framing the apprenticeship more. I want the artist and apprentice to remember that you're presenting a particular tradition first rather than a particular country first. I felt like there was a lot of emphasis on the nation of South Africa in this. Yeah, I want the artists to be reframing their how they're thinking about this in some ways in that sense. Remember that you can represent a nation by representing a tradition, but in the case of our grants, the emphasis is first on the tradition, and then on some kind of national identity if that's relevant. And I don't know, kind of reading through this reminded me a lot of our discussions last time around about the Turkish artist, and some of the at that time, and we'll get to obviously to the Turkish artist this time around. I really liked her proposal this year, but last time around there was some feeling that maybe it was just that where is they're just meeting to cook? Like what's the goal? Like what's the concrete goal in terms of fostering traditional arts in Wisconsin? And in the case of the Turkish artist, I think we felt that she was enough of a master, and it was established that she was a master, that we were okay giving them that allowance. But here I'm just not convinced, like in those other ways, that how this tradition is situated, and then that it's going to really accomplish the goals of our grant. So I would like to see them reframe and reapply, personally, yes.
Thank you, Saliana. And just as a reminder, try not to compare grants to each other. I know you were doing that from a complete framework. I understand exactly what you were doing, but just from a practice, trying not to compare.
Sorry.
That's totally okay. All right, if you guys want to go ahead and score yours, and then we'll wait for Dale. Now, normally we have our break is next, but we're 20 minutes ahead, and I don't know if you guys would rather finish this call 20 minutes early at the end and we pursue 2 more. Caitlin, I'll leave that to you, or if we want to take our lunch break early.
We have 6 after this. Our break is a 20-minute break that we've built in. So I'm very flexible if we want to say, hey, I need 10 to, bio break and grab a snack, or if you need a longer break, we're making great time.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you guys wanted to push through 2 more and break when the schedule said we were gonna break. So push through 2 more so that we maybe are getting done earlier in the day in case people have other things. Otherwise, we can extend our lunch break if people need more time for bio break and lunch break. So just something to consider while after you've submitted yours, we can talk about this.
I just have one more comment, kind of off what Sergio said about the meat store being in Iowa. That's like the case for the Vester. Well, I'm not supposed to compare compare applications, but there's often like cultural institutions that are across the border. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing in that sense, but yeah, I guess I'm just I hear that and yeah, I wonder like maybe when it's the case that they're going to be like going to other states for things, maybe they can then say something about like how they're going to bring back that presence in that other state to Wisconsin. Yeah.
I think it's a good point. I think my reference there was more about placing South African or specific South African folk traditions within Wisconsin, right? So the idea of moving outside of the state would make more sense if there was a discussion of, kind of what that folk tradition looked like within the state and kind of explaining why it wasn't being done within the bounds of Wisconsin. So, but it's a good point, right? Yeah.
Thanks, you guys. I know a valuable extension, but we're giving them more time than we gave other ones at this point in time. So go ahead and score them, and we'll wait for Dale to let us know when everything's submitted.
They are all submitted. Thank you.
Thanks. Do you guys want to do 2 more, or do you want to take a break? I will go by your consensus. I'm flexible. 2 more before we break, or do you want to break now?
I'm good doing 2 more.
I don't see Kripa, so let's give her a minute. I think that
Sure.
She might have needed a quick break.
Based on when Kripa gets back, maybe we'll do 1 more. I mean, we can play it by ear.
And are you all feeling like a 20-minute break is necessary, or do you want to, take 10 and come back and do the last? It'll be 5 then if we do 1 more, or 4 if we do 2 more.
I'm good either way.
I don't want anyone to go hungry over lunch.
Okay, Kripa's back.
I'm good. Sorry, I had to take a call. Yeah,
No,
I'm
okay.
good.
All right, so let's move on then, and we'll do 2 more, and then we'll take a break. So the next one is Benitha Suresh from Middleton, and we have Saliana as the first reader, and then Kripa as the second reader. So take us away.
Yes, so Benitha is a master of Carnatic music in the South Indian Hindu tradition. Looks like she is Tamil, if I'm remembering correctly. She's a previous multi-year arts board master. I like that she mentions that she still studies under her own master. Always important to be continually learning when you're a master. So what was I going to say here? She sings, and she plays the veena, which is a stringed instrument. Sounds like might accompany the singing, although it sounds like the apprenticeship would be specifically for singing in this context. So the apprentices write that they are highly committed, and particularly Maya seems very engaged. However, I don't see a work sample from Shreya, which gives me pause. I'm concerned that the apprentice's young age and relative beginner level make it difficult for the apprenticeship to really flourish. Seeing impressive work samples could have assuaged me, but they were sparse. I, you know, she writes in the learning arc, the learning arc doesn't seem particularly like their work plan doesn't seem particularly folk based to me. And I guess this is something I keep kind of harping on a little bit with some, but she mentions a book and a test as the two main things that are happening here. And books and tests can be fine, but I would have liked to see more reference to traditional ways of learning and teaching in the work plan. Also, you know, she's apropos what I was saying about the, you know, the commitment of the apprentices, the books that she's using to teach them were like, seemed from their titles to be more like beginner level, but yeah, Perfecting Carnatic Music Level 1 and Perfecting Carnatic Music Level 2. And it could be that it sounds like they've been working with her for a number of years. And I know that sometimes the titles of these books can be misleading. Maybe this is like the advanced level series, level 1 of the advanced level or something like that. But I was a little concerned about when I didn't see a work sample from Shreya that you know, there's a disconnect there. So I guess if others can give me you know, some context there as well. And yeah, and about Maya's work sample, that was where I had trouble, Caitlin, where I couldn't click on her video. So before we score, I would really like to see that video.
I was gonna say, because I have a video for Shreya too. Was anyone else able to? Okay, you all were.
Oh, I don't know.
I can share my screen real quick and give you a quick sample of both of those.
Great. That would help me a lot.
This is how we used to do this when we'd meet in person, and we had a less sophisticated grant system here. So I will take just a minute to, oh boy, I have wild number of tabs open here. So give me just a minute. All right. Are you all able to see that? So if I open, this is Shreya's.
Can you share your sound, Caitlin? I can't hear.
That's where it gets complex. And
I'm sorry, Sally, did you say something or did Brian say something?
Yeah, could you share your sound? Like when you click share video,
oh, I'm sorry.
Share computer sound.
That doesn't help much if I don't do that. User error here. I don't see a share audio option.
Do you have a link to this that you could share in the chat, and then everyone could mute themselves and take a moment and review this?
You know, it's embedded in the application. And Josh, did you say that, or Sergio, did you have to download it to view the video first?
Yeah, I wasn't, when I opened it, it didn't open up the player function you had downloaded, so.
I don't even see it on my version of the application at all. So I apologize if I was overly harsh about that, but I just
didn't see it. Let's see if, hey, Dale, are you able to share your screen and share your audio?
Yeah, that might be.
I can give it a try. Hold on.
Alrighty. So Caitlin, if you want to take yours down, stop sharing.
Yeah.
Josh, it looks like someone wants you to take a break.
Is that working for everybody?
Yes.
Thanks, Dale. Dale, just so we have time, maybe you could share Maya's then.
Well, that answers a lot of my questions. And I'm
Sorry
sorry,
about
Anita,
that.
if I was overly critical there to start with. I just literally did not see that work sample at all. So I was feeling a little uncertain, but that now I'm feeling a lot better. So yeah.
And Dale, are you able to share just a short clip of Maya's just so Sally can see it?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you.
It actually looks like there's 2 for her. Maybe not.
I think one is just a still screen,
Oh,
still
you're right.
photo, and the first one is the video.
Ekatalam. The second is Begada, set to Mr. Chapu. Hari Hara Vinuta Amara Pujiture Vamana Rupa Yeka Danda Chaturbuja Lambodharure Sakala Sedi Phala Daya Kurere Pashan Kushadara Vishanadharure Vamana Rupa Yeka Danda Chatur Puja Lambo Darure Saraswati Nanna Nalige Yalli Kuniyali Avala Anugrahadinda Nanna Mukhadali
Good. Thank you.
All right.
Dale.
Well, you can scratch most of my concerns then with that. I would just keep my comment about the books and the test are fine, but I want to see more of a reference to traditional ways of learning and teaching. But work samples, great. Happy to sign off on that.
Okay, let me pass it over to Kripa so we don't focus too much time on this one.
So Vanita Suresh seems to be an exceptional artist, and she's a skilled Carnatic musician, and looks like she's touched several hearts of people, US and globally. And this is very evident from her collaborations with the Madison Metropolitan School District and the University of Wisconsin in Madison, and the Youth Symphony Orchestra. Her collaborative work with Carnatic music and the Youth Symphony Orchestra needs a special mention. And she has been, from what I see from her videos, has been going above and beyond to collaborate with the community and spread this beautiful, evolved art form of Carnatic music. And she's been trying to do this above and beyond. And what fascinates me the most is the dedication she holds for her guru. Her mentor seems very charming, and I'm sure that will translate into her teaching, and working with her apprentices will be very evident in the days to come. And the level 1 and level 2, I'm sure we had a concern, but then the program looks like it's chalked out. I was just Googling and just to get more information about what it is about, and it is beautifully laid out curriculum. And once we know more about what is involved in the levels, I'm sure you'll be able to appreciate it a lot more. But I feel like it's a beautiful proposal, and this needs to be supported. Thank you.
Thanks, Kripa. All right, Josh, is there anything to add for this one? I know we've spent a lot of time just for the work samples, but I think it was important that we showed those so that everyone had an opportunity. Josh, see you unmuted?
Just, yeah, strong application. I love listening to the Carnatic music. I think it's beautiful.
Good, Sosha, thank you. All right, go ahead and score this one. And then we'll move on to one more before we take our break.
Okay, all the scores are in.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, well, we will move on to our last one before we take our break. And this is Jean Vivet from Madison. Iris was to be the first reader, so we'll go with Caitlin's notes from Iris. And then Josh is the second one. So take us away, Caitlin.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, Jean is a third generation wood carver and has high quality skills to craft these drums specific to his culture. The apprentice has some level of understanding of wood carving. She notes that the master artist provides enough to demonstrate their ability to teach someone, someone who has no prior experience in this art form. But she thought that the music demonstration, to have a more complete video there would have really helped in reviewing the application. And those are all of Iris's comments on that one.
Great, Josh.
Okay. Yeah, give me a second to pull this up. Yeah, I think John is a recognized teacher and has taught people through this program in the past. So I think he's well recognized by the African community in Wisconsin. I would give another shout out to him that I felt like his application had quite a bit more information this time than I think last time. It was another situation where he had shorter answers, and I felt like I got a better sense of it this time, which is awesome. I do think it's listed as both the djembe drum building and drumming. And so I sometimes struggle to figure out if the application is more focused on the drum building or on the playing itself. And I think it's great to do both. I just would like to see a little bit more information about what exactly that looks like. In the work plan, he talks about how he'll be teaching him how to rehead, tune, and play a djembe, but I wasn't sure so I don't know if they were building one from scratch or just using one, and he'll be teaching the apprentice how to care for it and retune it. And then he talks about teaching the traditional drumming patterns and rhythms and stuff. So I would have liked maybe a little bit more information about the building side or what that is going to look like. And then the only other thing I would say is the apprentice's answers are one sentence answers, and I would have liked to see it maybe a little bit more thought put into some of those answers. But overall, I feel positive about the application.
All right. Anybody else have feedback?
Yeah, I just felt to be able to make an instrument, fine tune it, and be a master at it takes a special expertise. And I was very impressed with this also. I feel like a kid in the candy shop. I seem to be loving everything, so I don't know.
Saliana?
Yeah, John is obviously established artist in Madison and has a great tradition. I love the idea of the public presentation at the Northside Farmers Market. So that was cool. I guess one could have used a little bit more information from the apprentice. Like he gave information about that he had that it seems he really looks up to John. He goes to his drum circles, and he had also made a traditional mask with his father, and that's gives me some indication of how they are interacting in the interest of the apprentice. However, I thought that we could have used more. There could have been a work sample from the apprentice, I felt. What about this mask that he made with his father? Could we get a picture of that? Or even just a photo or video of the apprentice at the drum circle with John. Yeah, there were just some things that I see it, it's checking the boxes, but could we go a little further and give a little bit more context or evidence there? Mm-hmm.
The only thing I'll add in terms of context would have been nice to see a little bit more on the history of folk traditions of djembe drum, and there's kind of a broad reference to to Western African, folk tradition practices, but digging a little bit deeper within perhaps the master artist's comments would have been helpful. But it's overall it's a fine apprenticeship proposal. So
Wonderful. Okay, if you guys want to go ahead and score it, and we'll take a break now. So Caitlin, do we want to say Q2? That's 15 minutes versus 20. So it's the compromise between 10.
So I have 1:25, Q2. So we want to take.
Yeah, sorry. So
15
20 minutes. Yeah.
20 minutes. Is that
Yeah,
good for everyone?
Yeah. So why don't we say we'll meet back here at 12:45. If you guys just want to stay on the call and stop your video and mute, and then we'll see each other in 20 minutes. And
Great.
Dale will have had plenty of time by then to get those recorded. So see you in 20. There's sunflower seeds in there too, I should say.
Oh yeah. That's a hearty breakfast.
It's a gut puncher. But it's good for you.
Yeah. Turmeric, you said too?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah, like a half a teaspoon of it.
Okay, that's enough.
Yeah.
Give it a,
I love the flavor of turmeric.
I do too.
Caitlin,
Mm-hmm.
I just feel so bad about my misunderstanding with Vanitha's application. I just want to show you what mine looks like.
Yeah, please.
If I'm doing something wrong, let me know, or like maybe this can be helpful for, you know, future technology troubleshooting.
Yeah.
Are you seeing the application there?
Okay, so it's like
So-
2 stills.
I scroll
basically.
through it and master artist, there's her photo. Apprentice 1, there's nothing. And then apprentice 2, I've got the still and I can't click on the video.
Is this in your browser or is this the downloaded PDF version?
This is what opens when I click application summary.
Okay, so I think you'd probably have to view it in the browser and use those tabs instead of the application summary option. So if you tabbed over to the work sample.
Where is that? Because I don't.
So I guess. So if you use that actions tab in the left-hand corner,
Actions.
and then it should say view grant in split screen.
Aha.
And then you should see those headers.
Aha.
And
Okay.
hopefully under work sample, I think there should be.
I'm having trouble.
I know, that's frustrating. You can use that next option at the bottom, I think.
Work samples.
There we go.
Mr. Artist. Aha. Okay. I'm sorry.
No, that's.
I guess I've been viewing things that other way where you click application summary and you get that. I wasn't aware of this.
Oh,
And
that's-
ideally, that would also be accessible that way. So it makes sense that.
But that's great feedback. So as they put it for future panelists, that they can say, add that as one of the steps. I can see her with her notepad and pin out already.
For sure.
So
Thank
sorry
you
about
for
that.
calling that to our attention.
Okay, well, let's move on if everyone's ready. We've got next up is Sadanka Wadena from Lions. And Sergio is the first reader and Kripa is the second. So Sergio, take us away.
Yeah, so we're talking about Sadanka Wadena from Lions and her apprentice, Elizabeth Banausch, I'm mispronouncing that, from Genoa City. And the art form that they're going to be engaging in is straw plating. I learned a lot about straw plating from the introduction to it on the project details. One of the things that I'll note is that there was in that project details tab on the folk art information, there was kind of a long narrative of straw plating as kind of this going back to harvest mythology. I would have liked a little bit more information on the specifics as it pertained as a specific traditional Slavic straw plating practice. There's a little bit more of that in the master artist narrative kind of sprinkled throughout as Sadanka talks about it as kind of a cultural tradition that she learned growing up. Her description of her own training kind of jumps around a little bit as kind of both a family tradition and something else she's learned. I think you get a little bit more of a taste of her experience as a master artist by looking at her description of activities involvement, which is extremely extensive and kind of jumps around all across the United States, not just in Wisconsin, but going all the way to Smithsonian folk festivals. Let me get back to my page here. Some of the strengths, as I noted, the master artist does a good job describing their educational journey and learning the skills. They have a number of different work samples kind of stretching across the straw plating and specifically as a practice of decorating these eggs that they've described. Both applicants have demonstrated their own connections to Slavic and Polish cultural heritage, and both seem to have a deep commitment to preserving and advancing the cultural traditions from their own shared community. I appreciated the pretty detailed summary of the apprenticeship plan that they've laid out, including a listing of the individual skills that they hope to work through in this apprenticeship program.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. All right, Kripa, you're up.
Yeah. So undoubtedly, the master artist seems very skilled, but from what I see from the apprentice is that she herself has a lot of experience in egg decorating and straw weaving and been under the expert guidance of the master artist. And she's been practicing this art form for over 6 years. And she wants to learn the drop pull technique and get more precise at her stroke work. And she also wants to learn the customs and traditions from the master artist. I would have loved to see more samples from the apprentice herself. So I was just scrolling through. I don't know if it's me or if there's work submitted by the apprentice, or I'm not sure. I went up and down. I could only see the master artist's work, which was beyond beautiful, but I couldn't see anything from the apprentice. So I would have loved to see, I mean, with the given kind of experience that she has had, in particular with the Polish straw work for 10 years that she has self-taught, I really wanted to see some of the samples. Thank you.
Can everyone else see her samples, the apprentice's samples? So it might also be some
This
flaw
one I
of the
can.
system. You're not alone.
Can you, Sally? Did you say you can?
No, I said this one I can, but
Oh,
beneath
okay.
those I couldn't. So it seems like maybe we had the
Oh,
same issue
probably.
in different applications.
My bad. Yeah. It's
While we continue talking, Dale, maybe if you don't mind just sharing your screen on Tidanka's, the apprentice's work samples, that would be great if we could just scroll through those.
Okay.
And apologies for interrupting there, Kripa, if you weren't finished. And maybe while we scroll through, we can just open it up for conversation on this one.
Yes. So if anybody else has anything they'd like to add as you looked at the work samples.
You need these opened up as larger images?
Just the apprentice's images, actually. These are still Tidanka's. So keep scrolling down. And it's these 5. And maybe if you can click one, and then I think it should enlarge. Yeah.
I would just say that these work samples are useful because you can see that the apprentice has some skills, but you can really see like the areas that there's lots of room for growth, especially studying under Tidanka. So I think that's cool. I also think, if I remember correctly, the apprentice like took a class with Tidanka or something several years ago and has continued to like use those skills that in the meantime. And so it's, you know, there's some dedication there that she got some basic skills several years ago and is looking to advance those moving forward.
They're beautiful. Thanks for sharing. I'm not
Thanks,
sure
Dale.
why I'm not seeing it. Thank you.
Thanks, Dale.
I thought this was a fine application from a very established master artist. I guess one thing that I thought was interesting was that Elizabeth has grown her own wheat. I thought that was cool because that's like, yeah, a part of the arc of making this art. So interesting to see that.
Wonderful. Anything else to add? All right, if you guys want to go ahead and score this, and we'll wait for Dale.
Okay, all the scores are here. Thanks.
Thank you, Dale. Okay, next up is Dana Warrington from Kashina. First reader is Josh, second is Sergio. So Josh, take us away.
Yeah, I just need 1 second to
Sure.
open this up.
I won't hit start until you start talking.
Okay, so this was Dana Warrington in Kashina to teach traditional native porcupine quill work. And one thing I would note is that I believe the apprentice is Iris, who is on our review committee, who's been, Caitlin has been reading her notes. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, I thought this is a strong application. I like that. I believe they're both, at least Dana I know is a new applicant, I'm pretty sure. So it's nice to get new applicants. I don't know about in Wisconsin, but in Wyoming, quill work is definitely a rare traditional art form that is, I feel like it's a type of art form that could use support like this. And it might be more doing better in Wisconsin, I'm not sure, but that's a point in favor for sure. I thought there was lots of thought put into the application, and I felt like it was strong overall. Let's see here. Really, the only thing I thought I would mention is that I believe Dana and Iris belong to different Native nations, and Dana sort of acknowledges that in the application, so that they don't belong to exactly the same cultural community, but with I don't view that as a problem, especially with an art form like quill work that is really belongs to multiple cultural communities like that. So yeah, I thought it was a strong application, and yeah, I don't really have much else to comment on.
Okay, Sergio.
Yeah, I really appreciated both the master artists and apprentices kind of description of their own connections to the history of quill work. And I think the master artists did a pretty good job of connecting it to the state's indigenous history, right? And kind of the ambiguity that Josh talks about, you can see a little bit in talking about Native American history without kind of sometimes delving into the specific tribal traditions, but I think that was okay. I really liked the applicants' work in distinguishing linguistic traditions between Menominee and Chippewa heritages, and it would be really cool to see how that linguistic piece of education is also going to come out in this project. Let's see. And as Josh noted, to the question of urgency, I appreciate that they made very clear that there's kind of an urgency to into engaging into this work, right? As the applicant notes at one point, at one time, quill work was a dying craft amongst Native people, and however, recently the skill has gained the attention of younger artists. And so there's definitely, I think, a mark there for us to support this work as an urgent matter. So.
Okay, thank you. Kripa or Sally, anything you want to add? Sally-Anna, sorry.
I don't know if I had anything. Let's see. Well, I guess just I love the artist's work sample of the otter. That was incredible. A lot of like real legacy pieces being created by that master. So that's awesome. I like Iris's connection with UW Stevens Point, I think, and it looks like they have plans in the public presentation to maybe bring that, trying to engage students with the art form. That's going to be like a multi-year project, I'm sure, to really like develop something there, but even just bringing the art form to Stevens Point, for a public presentation and having students try would be like a huge, achievement out of this grant. And I think, and it fits with some other things that are happening at Stevens Point with Karen Ann Hoffman, who's a previous longtime recipient of different arts board things, and she's got this memorial going to honor Native people who were buried in a grave at Stevens Point. And so I think like bringing this art to UW Stevens Point in that moment is also, it's like the right moment for that stuff to be happening at UW Stevens Point. So.
And Karen Ann does serve on the Wisconsin Arts Board.
Yes. So.
Okay. Kripa.
Good timing.
Yes.
Yeah, beautiful samples, just enjoyed going through them. And given the fact the apprentice has a beautiful history with the master artist, and the fact that they share a common background, interest and passion for this beautiful native art, I'm sure it'll pave way for a very successful collaborative work. Wish them well.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, if you guys want to go ahead and score this, and then we'll move on once we get the okay from Dale.
All right, I see all scores. Thank you.
Thanks, Dale. All right, moving on is Julia Weaver from Madison. First reader is Saliana. Second is Iris / Caitlin. So take us away, Salian.
Just a moment.
Sure.
I've discovered now the split screen view, so it's a lot easier for me. And let me flip to that page of my notes here just a second. Okay, so yes, this is Julia Weaver is a German-American weaver, has kind of an interesting angle to weaving. She's also a pastor, and I can't remember exactly what her position was called, but it was something like Pastor of Arts, which is awesome. I love that. Yeah, she has a very like, her ministry is very art-based and specifically weaving-based, and also very like woman-centered. I kind of consider this to be a case where one of the shared cultural communities is like a women's community in a lot of ways. And of course, there's a very strong social justice angle to this as well. They're doing a lot of outreach with women who are incarcerated or women who have been victims of sex trafficking or other kinds of human trafficking. And so there's a lot of interesting things going on with that. Yeah, they have a significant outreach in Madison, and I believe that their apprenticeship will contribute to sustaining and growing that outreach community. Yes, so Julia is recognized master in her church's weaving community, and as well as a recognized spiritual leader. She's also studied art in the university graduate level. The apprentice Lisa has been involved with the St. John's Weaving community and with this Backyard Mosaic Women's Project that Julia heads. And they're both committed to the cultural, spiritual, and social justice aspects of this arts work. Let's see. Work plan seems fine. However, I wish more details could be given about the commissioned piece they'll create. I like that Julia and Lisa will use this apprenticeship to research more about German weaving. Perhaps the commission piece could take inspiration specifically from German weaving techniques and styles they learn about. Because this art form is, the weaving itself is not like, as far as I could tell, not particularly traditional to German weaving, although they both frame their understanding of this art form in that ethnic context, but the actual stuff that they're making, it seems more general in that sense. It contributes to this deeply rooted diaspora community, obviously German American community, very long time presence in Wisconsin. And so it'd be interesting to support this and see, what comes out of it in this kind of social justice community they've got established. And then also kind of, it seems like a focus of the apprenticeship is to deepen that knowledge of the ethnic origin, the cultural origin, in that sense, of the weaving tradition. So that's cool. And I think that's all I had of note. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, and I guess finally, I do see some urgency in this project, not so much because it's endangered. Germans are very safe in Wisconsin, and weaving is generally very safe. But they do have this, they're serving vulnerable populations through their weaving ministry, which I find really interesting. So that's
Thank you for that. Okay, Caitlin, do you want to share?
Yeah, just a few notes from Iris to add. She noted that the apprenticeship focused on learning how German heritage relates to this specific type of weaving. The work samples showed the sort of difference in skill levels between the master artist and the apprentice. And she didn't feel that there were any real identifiable weaknesses, excuse me, in this application. So with that, I will open it up.
Okay, any feedback they want to share? Sergio.
Yeah, I'll just jump in from some of the points that I think both of the commenters already made, which was looking at the work samples. I was a little bit confused on where the German heritage was specifically in this, and I'm not like obviously well trained in weaving practices, so it's quite possible that I'm just missing the German descent practices within kind of the work samples that we're seeing here, but perhaps some further clarification on how they see that the specific folk traditions inflected within this work here. The historian in me was also left wondering if we could have had some more historical context for German migration, because even though we talk about the long lineage of German ancestry in the state of Wisconsin, Julia kind of paints a very specific type of family lineage to Wisconsin, right? Which is like a post-World War or a pre-World War II refugee history as well. So that would have been interesting to kind of frame it, not just within the context of, German history in Wisconsin, but a very specific wave of migration to the state. And if that particularly inflects the work that we're seeing here, because I definitely see it as Saliana was talking about the social justice piece, which is really admirable to see.
Thank you. Kripa or Josh, anything you would like to add?
Yeah, I would add that I think that her family connection to weaving is pretty interesting, and I like especially the fact that her last name is still Weaver, even like pretty cool. Even though I think there's been a little bit of a break in the tradition that she sort of picked weaving back up. But the one thing I wanted to talk about also is the work samples that we've been talking about. I guess for me, looking at the work samples, I have sort of like been unable to determine the skill level of the master artist. And again, that might be something that I just don't know enough about weaving to determine that, but it didn't come across immediately as like, and obviously this person is a master of this traditional art form the way that some other work samples from other applications do. And a lot of that is like some of the work samples seem to be more coming from like a contemporary studio art type approach rather than the traditional approach to weaving. So I think that's Yeah, I think that's what I have to say.
Okay, Sally Anna.
Oh, no, I agree with what he said.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess the like, yeah, I do weave, and I can see her skill in some of the like some of the detail work she's doing, embellishment, and like she's, you know, I do see her skill there. I see how she's drawing from, you know, this final art master artist work sample. The image was created by incarcerated women at Dane County Jail. You know, so she's drawing from the community in that sense, which you could say is sort of a folk approach to art. But yeah, her art is very like conceptual, and it does blur that line between fine art and folk art. I suppose the learning for me, the mode of learning in this instance is folk. So that, you know, that I think it's fine. I think yeah, maybe there could be a little bit more interrogation of like, you know, where's the line between folk and fine art. But I think, you know, maybe they can think about that for the future as well, and how they're framing that.
Okay, Kripa, anything you wanted to add?
They pretty much covered everything. I just wanted to say her exploration of technique, color theory, and the patterning design is something that's beautiful. And the title Pastor of Arts, it's something very unique. I've only heard Master of Arts, so I'm truly fascinated by that. Thanks.
Wonderful. Okay, if you guys want to score this one, and then you're on to the last one. Caitlin, can you help me? Is it Vasile?
Yeah, Vasile.
Vasile Yilmaz? Okay, thank you.
Scores are all here. Thanks.
Thanks, Dale. Okay, moving on to our final of the day, Vasile Yilmaz from Brookfield. Kripa is the first reader and Josh is the second. So take us away, Kripa.
So Vasile Yilmaz is from Brookfield, Wisconsin. His proposed work is traditional porcupine quill work, and he's a continuing applicant from 2020. If accepted, it's going to be a continuation of his previous year's work with his apprentice. He completed his 1 year of apprenticeship award successfully and would like to take the opportunity to teach more to his apprentice on the surface of ceramic, wood, and fabric leather work. He'll be teaching the Turkish paper marbling called the Ebru, which is described as the painting on water. And the master artist seems to be very skilled culturally, using everything in appropriate ways and reaching out to his community very well. The artist has performed live Ebru shows in the Parliament House of Western Australia for the MPs and took part in collective exhibits. The apprentice Iris seems to be very interested, very enthusiastic in absorbing and imbibing this art from the master artist. And looks like she has indicated that she has some skill in the multiple art forms, but the most common form of traditional art is the applique beadwork. And her knowledge and understanding of quill work is limited, and she wants to enjoy learning the new art form and pass on the cultural tradition to the others.
Thank you, Kripa. Josh?
Yeah, so hold on 1 second. So teaching the Ebru, the Turkish paper marbling. One of the big things for me on this that Sally Anna referred to earlier was that this application was funded last year, and but there was some discussion about the apprentices, because I believe there are 2 apprentices. They weren't really able to provide much in the way of work samples. But this year, after 1 year of their apprenticeship, they are able to provide these really nice work samples of their paper marbling that they've worked on over the last year. So I found it kind of exciting to see how far the apprentices have come during the apprenticeship over the last year. Which is awesome. Also, I would say that Hebrew, it's a rarer art form, at least here in the United States, as far as I know. I haven't seen this supported in any other folk art programs in other states or anything. So that's cool to see that happening here. And I would say I was curious and went to learn more about, they talk about like the therapeutic side of Hebrew that they discuss. And I was curious, I would love to hear more about that. Like, is that culturally considered like a therapeutic art form? Or I would just love to hear more about that from them.
Okay, anybody have any other feedback? Sally?
Yeah, I am really happy to see that this project succeeded and you know, that they're coming back to us. Will be exciting to see, you know, where they go from here. I guess my only criticism is, yes, I said high quality work from master apprentices show good progress after first year, but please focus your work samples on Hebrew and closely associated arts. The other craft photos were fine for the submission when the apprentices had little experience with Hebrew, but now that they have that, we want to see their work. Also, photos of Harika's Hebrew rather than photos of her in front of her Hebrew would have been better. It's difficult to discern the form and quality of the artwork in these photos because they are not with focus. So just a little bit of choice there in terms of pictures, although it is, I'm remembering the jeans sock from the last application, and it's interesting to see that make a return. But yeah, just now that you've got the content, that's the focus of the application, and some of these other crafts are a little more secondary. So
Thank you. Sergio?
Well, I appreciate the past panelists here who have had some experience providing some historical context. I would say that both the apprentices, they showed a lot of reverence to the master artists, and it's obvious that this has been a fruitful apprenticeship relationship. And just from the work that they have here, it looks like they've learned quite a bit. So yeah, I'm excited to continue funding this as part of the board. So.
Great, thanks. All right, if you guys want to go ahead and score this. And Caitlin, do we need to take, I don't know how much time Dale's gonna need. Should we just all hang out and just see?
Yeah, we could. Dale, is 5 good for you? I don't think it should be too long. Dale, do you have a sense of how long it'll take to average those scores once you have the last ones?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be between 5 and 10, I think.
Okay, well, do we want to, while he's, Dale, are you just, well, I'll let you guys finish. When you're done, just let me know you're done, and maybe we can spend some of we can start discussions that we would normally have after we would do this. We could start them while Dale is working on this part to optimize our time together.
Works for me.
So just let me know, if you're done, raise your hand. Okay.
Yep, they're all in.
Okay, wonderful. All right, well, while we let Dale work on the averaging so that you guys can have the conversation from if you see a gap somewhere, like you want to do a cutoff or anything, we can have that discussion after that. But there's always, serving as a panelist and your view of the Wisconsin Arts Board and looking at like the whole grant review process, is there feedback that you guys want to share with us? Anything procedurally that you went through? Anything from a reviewer standpoint that Caitlin can bring back to say, okay, maybe this is something we can look at to change for the future? Or things that worked well for you, things that you thought were, okay, this was good. Josh, go ahead. I saw you started to speak.
Yeah, I was just going to congratulate Caitlin on all of her work with this. I know because I do a very similar job, I know how much work it is. And it involves a lot of, coaching and guiding the applicants through to the point where they are that you don't necessarily see as a panelist, that Caitlin has to do a lot of that type of guidance. And I thought that this year especially, every single application we reviewed was, no application was like missing answers, or like everything felt very like complete, which I know takes a lot of work from you. So great job.
Yeah, we're
Thanks,
very
Josh.
fortunate with the staff we have at the Wisconsin Arts Board. We may be small, but we are mighty.
Yeah, and it was a really strong bunch of, it made my technical assistance piece less hands-on because they were a strong group of applicants. So,
Wonderful.
and you all did, we will get to the final discussion when we see those scores, but such thoughtful feedback. So thank you so much for all of the time that I know it takes to review all of these applications.
Yeah. Saliana, did you have something you wanted to share?
Oh, just that workspace navigation and making sure that's consistent and everybody knows where everything is. So
Yes.
We heard that one. We'll
Noted. Thank you.
because that's not just for folk panel, that's going to be for
Right.
all of them. So
Sergio, I feel like I heard from you a few times that the historical context piece would be helpful, especially in terms of relation of the practice in Wisconsin. So maybe that's a tweaking of a question that we.
Yeah, that's the historian in me asking questions maybe that aren't germane to the conversation, but it would have been, some of the applications did a really great job in bringing that out kind of organically in their own pieces. And that made me kind of wish it was available in each of the applications. It might be a little bit much to ask of the applicants to do that research work, but it could also be helpful to them as they develop their own craft and think about the apprenticeship program. The other thing I was just really impressed with in the first part of our time today, the number of Latinx art forms that were represented, and that was really missing in the second half in the apprenticeship programs. And I know it's somewhat dependent on who applies for the program, but I'd love to see that more, especially as the state's Latinx community continues to grow and becomes one of the largest minority populations in the state. So,
And I'd love to work with you in whatever way on outreach for those individual artists, because it really is a gap there. And I've worked with Latino arts, but there's just potholes that I really lean on everyone, expertise around the state. So I would love to continue that conversation, because
there's a newly formed group called the Wisconsin Latinx History Collective. It's based out of Madison, but we have tendrils all across the state, and so I think there's a really fruitful space there for collaboration as well. So we can talk.
Great. Let's continue that conversation.
yeah, I'm sorry I cut out on you guys, but at least it happened at the end. Did I disappeared on you when I was talking with Saliana, just thanking you. So thank you for that feedback, because it'll pass through all the different grants that we give. So we want to make sure that as a panelist, there are no barriers or anything that makes you put in more work, because we already know how much work it takes to do what you've just done. So thank you.
Pippa, as an applicant, I'd love to hear your perspective.
No, I just wanted to thank the Arts Board for accepting me to be on the panel in the first place. It was a big learning experience for me to be able to go through the application. I'm a fresh off the boat when it comes to being on the panel. And for me to process the different kinds of varied applications and to see what kind of art forms are existing in Wisconsin itself was so fascinating. So, and also I would like to sincerely thank Caitlin for her immense patience with all of us, in particular me, because the first orientation Caitlin I missed. I just texted her, I wrote to her, and she was kind enough to just spend like I think about 40 minutes with me one-on-one. And I don't know how you spend that kind of time with your co-workers, but that's commendable. Thank you for walking us through in a very smooth manner. It's not possible without that kind of a support and a backup. Thank you.
Well, like I said, thank you all for committing the time to these applications and these applicants. It's really, it's the only thing that makes this process possible. So thank you for your time.
Saliana, I see you have something.
Yeah, what Sergio said about contextualizing communities, obviously we can't expect applicants to come with lots of research on the history, but even just like maybe a question that makes them think a little bit about like, what is the place of my art form within my cultural community? What do I identify as my cultural community? Even if their like impressions are not maybe like, you know, as historically vetted or researched, even just their impressions are valuable of like how they see it fitting into their community. So yeah, maybe, you know, question that gets applicants thinking more about that would be interesting. Yeah.
Are you guys seeing any trends in the work you're doing that, you know, changes? Obviously, 2020 was a huge change year with the focus on BIPOC artists, and not just a focus, but the realignment of everyone's thinking. I'll be really curious from a folk art standpoint how that impacts this grant, or perhaps more grant applicants. You know, I don't know. Have you guys seen any trends, anything that we can report back to other members of the Arts Board, or things that you're hoping might trend?
I think in my work, putting on cultural programs, one of the areas that's the hardest to do right now is like craft-based things, because it requires materials, and maybe it's not as easy to teach over Zoom. The things we've had, you know, the most success with are music teaching, and cooking workshops have been really popular, and dance, although you have to adapt the dance form to be done by like individuals rather than groups. So that's difficult. But I think craft, like as far as my work goes, like craft has been the hardest thing to present in this format. So
thank you for that. Okay, well, it looks like Dale's got the scores ready for us. So Dale, if you want to share your screen, we can get onto that portion, and I'll turn this over to Caitlin.
Thanks, Dale. All right, so let's take a look at these scores, and we'll do it the same way. You know, if you identify a break that you would recommend setting the floor at, please just speak up, and we can have a conversation about that.
I mean, I think there's a pretty obvious break between number 12 and number 13 that I would personally feel comfortable funding the top 12 and not funding number 13, which I just wasn't sure was quite ready at this point. But yeah, I'd like to hear from the other panelists.
Yeah, I mean, I think the break there is pretty clear, and I don't think the 13th applicant is, you know, I think there's work to be done there, and potentially next year we could see that reformed a little bit or refined to really hit some of the key marks on what specifically kind of fits within the folk arts apprenticeship program. But I think overwhelmingly we had just a great group of applicants for this year. So.
I think so too. Yeah. Maybe they can wait for a year and come back.
Sally, how does that sound to you?
yeah, I feel comfortable with setting the bar at the 12th. Yeah, it's too bad to have to sort of single out one application as the one that doesn't get funded. I remember last time we had a couple that didn't get funded. So like, it's sort of like, well, there's the group of them, but this time it's one person, but or one group, but that's just what it is. And I would really encourage them to reapply because I think there's some content there, but we just need a better framing and like a better, sort of understanding of what our grant does and what our focus is.
It sounds like we have consensus on the recommending the top 12 for funding, and I will work with Jennifer on the some technical assistance moving forward, and hopefully see another application in the future. Brian, I know you got kicked out. I think
it was very obvious.
Pretty quickly came to a consensus on that one.
I saw the screen and I said, oh, well, I've never seen it. And then I cut out. Yeah, that was very obvious.
So good work, everyone. Thank you so much. It makes my job so easy to have panelists that are so great to work with and reliable, and yeah, just a pleasure. So I appreciate it. We have lots of time still, and I don't want to keep you any longer. It's Friday. Sally, I saw that face like, but if there are other thoughts about the process, about the applications you saw, applications you didn't see in the mix.
Yeah, anything else you want us, if there's anything you want us to bring non-related to this, to the Wisconsin Arts Board, this is an opportunity because I'll be reporting with Caitlin to the full board on, this panel, but also trends and things that you guys are seeing. But, we don't want, if there's nothing more to say, then, I think you guys have done an amazing job in reviewing all of these, and, hopefully next year we'll be sitting in a room, but who knows? I'm thankful for the technology because I've been really impressed with how cumbersome this could have been and how long it could feel. And these never feel long to me. So, all right. Well, we went through the questions that we typically have following one of the panel discussions. So if there is nothing more that anyone would like to bring forward, we will adjourn this folk arts panel, and thank you guys again for your time and your service, not only to the Wisconsin Arts Board, to everybody whose grants you reviewed, and to all those applicants, so that they can receive all this feedback after the time they spent on their grants, whether successful or not. And thank you for the recommendations that Caitlin and I will bring forward to the Wisconsin Arts Board.
And if you think of other things, please email me anytime with other feedback as it comes to you.
Thank you all. Nice to meet you all, and thanks for your work today.
Thank you, Dale.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dale, for counting everything.
Thank you, Dale. Yes,
yeah, thanks,
absolutely.
Dale.
Behind the scenes, doing the hard work.
Exactly. All righty. You guys take care.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Good
Bye-bye.
to see you.
Bye.
Thank you, Dale.
It went fairly well, I guess.
We got some smart, simple. I'm gonna stop this recording here. Let's see.